Hello, Siri. I think you're on, there you are. I think you're on mute.
Yes, I'm not on mute now. How are you feeling?
Great.
Good. Are we good to go?
I'm good to go.
Good.
Just want to know how it's looking.
Oh, you look good. You could put it a little lower.
Lower. Sometimes, hold it. I put it up here.
Here, you see, I have your book in the back.
How is that?
Beautiful. All right, so I just got the green sign to go. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us for this National Whistleblower Day celebration. This year, we are doing 3 days of programming, and you're joining us for our first day, the Legislative Day. This is the third virtual National Whistleblower Day celebration hosted by National Whistleblower Center. So in the past, we've had a variety of panels and different recordings that you can interact with. And today we have an all live set of programming. So you have a chat box below the window that you're looking at now that you can interact with. Please keep your comments PG and respectful. And we'll be able to integrate some of your questions and answers into our live discussions and panels. So I'm here with Stephen Cohn. He is the chairman of National Whistleblower Center. And he is also a wonderful person and a fantastic whistleblower attorney. So Steve, I'm going to ask you a few questions, but first, maybe we can do a little short preview of what you'll be discussing on Saturday with Jane Turner, the story of National Whistleblower Day and what we uncovered, a little snippet about you and the process that you went through to come across this fantastic information about how whistleblowers are critical to our democracy.
Great. Well, hi, Siri, and thank you, and welcome to everybody who's joining the National Whistleblower Day celebrations. This is a big deal because it commemorates the day in which the founders of the United States endorsed whistleblowing 100%. And it was perhaps the first time the founders of the United States passed a law promoting freedom of speech and dissent within the United States government, not vis-a-vis the British, but to keep the American government and the American people consistent with human rights and freedom of speech. But before I answer your question, and I've already forgot what it is, but before I answer your question, I just want to say something about Siri and what's happening here. So Siri Nelson is the executive director of the Whistleblower Center, and she was appointed to this last year. So for many of you, she's new on the scene, and you may wonder why we appointed her, why the board of directors selected her. And I just think it's very important for everyone to understand who she is, why we selected her and her role. Now, she's a little modest. She's not going to get into this, but just very briefly, Siri, graduated from college, and she was professional and doing her thing. And she was out in Europe, living there, and she decided that she just felt compelled to return to the United States to advocate for civil rights. It was a desire she had. She returned, she went to law school, and in law school, she learned about whistleblowing. She also was selected as the president of the student government and the keynote speaker at the commencement. But much more significant, she was awarded by Northeastern a fellowship to come to my firm and practice whistleblower law. And that's a prestigious fellowship and one awarded per year. So when she came, she was a superstar, period. And I want everyone to know that she took the lead in working and advocating before the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission to fight back on these terrible rules that had been proposed. They wanted to cap awards, they wanted to set up procedural roadblocks, and they were diminishing the program. And Siri set up the meetings, she charmed them, she networked. We did an entire multi-year process, and we turned, the original vote was anti-whistleblower 3-2, 3 Republicans for the bad rules, 2 Democrats holding on to the good ones. And it was turned 5-0. Every Republican, every Democrat supporting the better rules. And it was based on that achievement, an incredible policy victory, that the board of directors unanimously selected her as executive director. And I'm saying this because for all the confusion out there, differences of opinion, many of which are legitimate, you know, everyone knows that the whistleblower communities, it can be fractured and people have different agendas. That's just the way it is. We accept that. But I really want people to know that Siri is a resource, that we are lucky. We are so lucky that she took this job and is using her unique skills and her expertise to advocate for whistleblowers. And I just want to say she has an open door policy, and I just wanted to get that out there because I don't think we've ever properly introduced her to the community. And it's very important for people to know that she walked into that job having won our biggest policy achievement in 2008 for 2018, 19, and 20, that she was the driving force on that. And that's why she got that job. And she's continuing in those efforts. We're talking legislation. We're up on the Hill. We're talking about a Peace Corps whistleblower bill that may go through that she championed, fixes to money laundering, fixes to the False Claims Act, fixes to the tax whistleblower law. We're trying to really push our animal and wildlife protection law. She's in the heart of all of that. We chose her because she can speak and advocate for whistleblowers effectively up there in Congress and within agencies. I just had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry, it's not on the program. I just had to say it. Sorry, I don't want to embarrass you, Siri, but I think it's just so important for people to know and to really feel free to work with her. So what was your question?
Gosh, Steve.
What was your question?
Thank you so much, Steve. That was so wonderful and generous and sweet of you to say. And you know that I'm all about teamwork. So having you as a mentor, having you as a professor, having all of the members of the board really helping me out, having Mary Jane Wilmoth at my side all the time, supporting me, helping me figure out how to navigate this role has been incredible. Support of Michael Cohn, you know, Frederick Whitehurst, Jane Turner, Gina Green, and especially Mark Toney, like all of these people who are on the board have really just helped us succeed this year and gone through all the changes and continued with our incredible agenda and our victory. So I really am just so happy. And with, you know, with David Colapinto always advising in terms of what's legal and what's not has been fantastic. And I'm just so touched by what you have to say, Steve. So thank you. But my question was about National Whistleblower Day and its origins. And I think you kind of answered that question. But now let's go into a little bit more of a future-looking perspective. So this year, we have 3 days of programming. Each day has 2 panels. We have tons of experts. You'll be featured in several different segments. We'll be naming whistleblowers again. What are you the most excited about happening during our celebration this year?
Well, I'm always most excited about to talk about the origins of Whistleblower Day, the first thing. So as many of you already know, Whistleblower Day was discovered when we were writing a brief when the False Claims Act was challenged by the Chamber of Commerce, and they wanted to find qui tam and whistleblowers advocating against corruption unconstitutional, if you can believe it. And it was before the Supreme Court. We were sweating it out. So I asked my clerks to find me something out there from the Revolution where the founders of this country called upon the people, and they found the resolution. And thereafter, I said, what the hell? Why was this resolution never passed? And I went back when I was working on the original Whistleblowers Handbook in 2010, and I was able to research through Continental Congress records and later Library of Congress and other places the actual history of these whistleblowers. And I'll be talking about that again on the 30th. But I'm going to give you a teaser. I found the research continues. I found something really big about that event and about why Congress did it. A really big show. And that will be disclosed on the 30th.
I love that. I'm so excited to hear more about what you found. This is going to be an incredible discussion, especially because Jane Turner will be questioning you and asking you about how you discovered National Whistleblower Day. And comes with the best questions. As you know, she's the journalist at Whistleblower Network News, an FBI whistleblower, and she has a great series over there, Whistleblower Voices. So
and Sarah, just one last thing. I just want to now just say another thing, which is, why National Whistleblower Day? There's so many whistleblowers suffering, so many laws we need to pass. Why do we spend our time on this day? And the answer is simple. If our founders of this country in the height of the American Revolution would support whistleblowers and actually pay money to help them, why can't our Congress do it today? Why can't every single executive agency today recognize what the founders recognized in 1777 and 1778 during a war? That's why we need to use Whistleblower Day as a wedge, as a powerful historic tool to accomplish the reforms that are needed so many whistleblowers aren't left in the cold.
Let's take a moment to talk a little bit more about those reforms. So looking back into history, we see the major victory that you described with the Securities and Exchange Commission whistleblower program, where we were really trying to help the commission avoid some big mistakes, which they did and really got on board with. But we've seen some change in the commissioners. We've seen some issues with the commissioner. Chair Gensler actually initially presented some proposals to fix some of the other rules we were concerned about, related action rules, issues with a potential cap or decisions being made on the size of a board. And we've now seen some recent activity. I'd love for you to share about the article you posted or that was published yesterday at JD Supra about the SEC program, how great it is, and how unfortunate it is that a media outlet like Bloomberg has published an irresponsible piece attacking the SEC program.
Okay, so let's just be clear. The Chamber of Commerce and the multinational corporations that sponsor it hate whistleblowers, hate Dodd-Frank, hate false claims. It's unbelievable that the levels they will go to, the arguments they will raise, and they are unrelenting, they are well-financed, and we are fighting them all the time, getting bills that are so simple, so much common sense, and just watching them try to tear them down and distort. But this article from Bloomberg was a hit piece against the SEC. The SEC program has been praised. It has raised $1.3 billion in restitution to the victims of securities fraud. Everyone on the commission is praising. They have a great webpage. They're being very responsive. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. We've sued them. We've challenged them. There's not a program in the world that works perfectly. And it's our job to keep them honest and fight. But they're dedicated and they're not corrupt. And they're trying to do well. And it's our job to keep it. But this article just trashed on them. So we had to write a rebuttal. But here's the funny part. Bloomberg came off as some big objective, like we're the newspapers. They forgot to tell the people that read it, that Bloomberg itself was sanctioned by the SEC for securities fraud. And that case was published on the SEC whistleblowers website as a case for which whistleblowers could get rewards. Maybe Bloomberg, and then no one also knows that Bank of America is a minority owner of Bloomberg. They own 12%. And the SEC has sanctioned them close to $1 billion under Dodd-Frank. And one of the cases they attacked in their article was a big judgment against Bank of America where there was a whistleblower. So they didn't disclose their own conflicts of interest. What else is new? But this is what we face. And this is why I want to tell you why Siri, and you can see what she's all about right here and through this whole programming. We need to be able to fight back, and I'll tell you something else. This goes back a long time ago. They were harassing a school my daughter was a member of. They were trying to shut it down. It was a big, big scandal. And I testified at the board meeting and I was and then my daughter testified. She was 10 and beautiful little testimony. And then someone said, and you could hear in the background, "Oh, I feel so sorry for that poor little girl having to follow that angry man." No, I'll let him have it. Siri gets us through the door and makes them listen.
Well, we have so many people that love to listen, and this goes to a major high point that we have in the past year, which is that President Biden has formally announced that anti-corruption is going to be core to his national security strategy. So, Steve, I'd love for you to talk a little bit about our policy intentions and how we'd love to coordinate with the White House on their anti-corruption and anti-transnational corruption in particular, and the work that we've done on that, including the anti-money laundering work.
Yeah, so this is really one of the biggest events and issues now before us. The White House issued an interagency call to develop a transnational anti-corruption program. They asked every single major cabinet office. We wrote a very detailed letter, submitted it to them, but also through AID, which has been supportive of some of our efforts. And lo and behold, for the first time ever, the United States official anti-corruption program references whistleblowing 5 times, clearly supports the type of laws we are advocating, and they get it. They understand how whistleblowers are at the foundation of getting sources to fight corruption. They figured that out, and it's in the national plan. So we have our work set out because agencies tend to be hostile to whistleblowers. It's unfortunate, many are ignorant. We have our work to set out. We have to educate these agencies. We have to get them to be fully supportive of these whistleblower laws so we can really effectively fight corruption. It's a major development. It's an opening, and let's drive our truck right through it.
Yes, I mean, it's such a huge opening, and we've been so enthusiastic. You've published so much about anti-corruption efforts around the world. You've been speaking, you're at the UK. We do different kinds of seminars for folks who are visiting the United States all over the world to help them understand how they can utilize US programs to fight corruption in their own countries and stop US-based companies from exploiting their lack of whistleblower protections in their countries. So, I mean, it's just incredible how many lives you've touched through your work around the world, Steve.
Well, thank you. But what's really going on, we have a team, and it's not just National Whistleblower Center or Whistleblower Network News or my law firm. There are so many whistleblowers who are dedicated. For example, we worked with whistleblowers. They were the ones who pushed for a Peace Corps whistleblower law. Not us. They came to us. They wanted to know how should it be structured. We gave them advice, but it was the whistleblowers who were pushing it forward. And we see that all the time. And I want to say that our whistleblowers get a bum rap. Our clients and the whistleblowers we support are among the best, most loyal, smartest, dedicated people. They're the people you want to be in the trenches with. I mean, I've never seen they're incredible. They are the driving force of change. It is their information that has opened the eyes of enforcement at DOJ and SEC and IRS to how absolutely critical these laws are. Well, what can we do? We can give them a platform. We can try to make sure the laws work. We can try to get them before the right people. But I'm telling you right now, what these whistleblowers have accomplished is unbelievable. When the commission did the good rules that Siri and I were working on, Siri took a great leadership on, Yeah, we met with them and we put information before them. But I wrote an article on it and I said it was really the 100 whistleblowers who at the time had gotten rewards. And as the commission staff could see what whistleblowers can deliver. And that's what, and I think the founders of this country understood that. They understood the power of freedom of speech to hold the powerful accountable. They understood that these sailors that were stepping forward, they had the insight into why the commander of the Navy should be removed. They were the insiders and they understood it. And that's what we have to make sure our government today fully understands and is responsive.
Yes, yes. And it's one of the things that I'm most proud to share with people as executive director of National Whistleblower Center is that through our work, we've been able to push a culture shift that moves the viewpoint on whistleblowers from some of the words you used earlier, right? The rat at the picnic, the person who cannot be trusted, the disloyal employee. We've moved the status of whistleblowers from that to the hero, to the brave worker, to the courageous employee who stood up for what's right for the company's best interest, for public's best interest, for the government best interest, and spoke up and brought forward useful information so that positive change could happen. We're still seeing some issues with retaliation and seeing people being blacklisted and seeing quite a bit of shame still attached to the experience of a whistleblower. And that's part of the reason why we're so happy to have whistleblowers like Sarah Thompson, who played a big role in the Peace Corps Reauthorization Act and the whistleblower protections that are included there during our Life After Whistleblowing panel. But tell us a little bit more about what still needs to happen to change the culture around whistleblowing and the work that we're doing to not only affect the law, not only to help connect whistleblowers with attorneys, but also make a culture shift. And it starts today with programming like this that's targeting the government officials, state government officials with the great programming we have today. But tell us a little more about that culture shift that's needed.
Sure. Well, the culture shift, in my view, is predicated on the public recognition of how important whistleblowers are. And laws like the Dodd-Frank and False Claims Act permit that to happen. There's a direct relationship between supporting the whistleblower and returning billions to the taxpayers and victims of these crimes. And so we need more of those. We need them in the area of wildlife protection. We need them in environment. We need them right now. The big one is money laundering. There's a bill pending in Congress right now that we absolutely need every single person's support on. It will create a Dodd-Frank remedy for those who support money laundering and sanctions busting. It is the law that will permit insiders to expose every single one of those corrupt Russian oligarchs, every one of them, and find every penny of their stolen wealth and get some accountability. Also, money laundering, that's where the drug dealers stash their money, terrorist financing, tax evasion, it's like the heart of evil is how those people who engage in corruption stash their money and use the financial resources. We need that bill through. We're close. We're super close. I think the money laundering bill is the cornerstone, because if we can't get that bill through this year in the face of the war in Ukraine, and it's so obvious how the corruption underlied that and how it fueled it. If we can't get that bill through now, we are in trouble. Now, we got a lot of other bills we need. I don't want to diminish them, but I really want to say it's so obvious.
Yes, yes, I totally agree with you, especially when it comes down to the ways in which money laundering facilitates so many crimes and instability that we want to avoid. We do not want to have to deal with violence. We don't want to have to deal with wars. And oftentimes, otherwise peaceable entities get transformed into vehicles for violence and war because of the frauds and the misrepresentations that are being conducted in order to hide money. And that's something that everyone can agree is wrong. So we are always championing bipartisan support for whistleblower protections. A few years ago, there was a Marist poll that Whistleblower Network News conducted that revealed that the majority of Americans, regardless of their background, support whistleblower protections. They want better corporate whistleblower protections. They want better government whistleblower protections. Everybody wants to get on board. So one thing I can tell the audience today is that if you go to National Whistleblowers website, whistleblowers.org, www.whistleblowers with an S.org, you can see a button that says, take action, join our mailing list. So join our mailing list and we will send you updates on how you can take action. And our action alerts enable you to communicate with your elected officials and let them know what you care about. Right now, we have our champion of whistleblowers. We have Senator Grassley. He'll be our keynote today, and he's really carrying the torch. We need Democrats to step up. We need all the folks in this audience who have Democratic leanings to encourage their representatives to step up and fight for whistleblowers. Republicans have been really on the good side of the law right now with whistleblowing, and we need to see that bipartisan cooperation. What do you think, Steve?
Absolutely. And the Marist poll, there's two things that happened. Like the whistleblower day and the fact that the founders were fully supportive, that's one piece of this. But the Marist poll showed over 80% of the American people wanted more whistleblower protections, but it went deeper. It showed that 1/4 of every likely voter said a politician's position on whistleblowing will influence their vote. And we need to translate that through our activists and our lists into real power. They have to know that. It also found, and this was miraculous, uniform support across, it was 80% men, 80% women, 80% rural, 80% urban, 80% Democrat, independent, Republican. When you look at those polling results and the deeper numbers, it was like there was a uniform consensus in the United States that we need to enhance whistleblowing. So we need to translate that, but we can't do it without public support, because it's one thing to say it in a poll and to mean it in your heart, but it's another thing to let people know. And the bottom line is the whistleblower advocacy groups have a tiny little fraction of money compared to so many other special interests. And the Chamber of Commerce that is gunning against us has unlimited budget. They spend millions. They stopped a simple False Claims Act reform this year. It was tragic, a very simple fix. They spent millions lobbying to stop a simple fix. We have the people, they have the money. Now, everyone talks like sometimes Democrats, every people like billionaires support this issue and billionaires support that issue. Mark my word, billionaires don't support whistleblowing because they're afraid of it. And as simple as that, we will never have rich, wealthy backers. That just won't be us. We need the support of the people.
And we have it, Steve. I'm so happy to share that we did meet our fundraising goal this year. We raised $5,000 for National Whistleblower Day for next year's programming. I'm so grateful to all of our donors who gave so generously. Every single donation helped us cross this line. And I was so touched by the generosity that I saw coming through our donation portal. So thank you so much. You can, of course, still donate to National Whistleblower Center. You can find more information about that at our website. I'm so excited to present our panel that's coming up now today. We have such wonderful legislative programming, and it's kicking off with the House Office of the Whistleblower Ombuds. They are an office that is nonpartisan. They support everybody in the House of Representatives, and our subscribers have been incredibly active on this. They were given the opportunity to contact their House of Representatives and let them know that they want to have them show up for this fireside chat. They want to make sure that their House of Representatives is able to handle whistleblower tips. Over 100 letters were sent to members of the House of Representatives. So I hope some of you are here. Thank you so much for showing up. If you are here, after the fireside chat, you'll be joined by the North American Securities Administrators Association. You'll hear from them, and then finally, I'll be back and Senator Grassley will come up next. So I'm going to give the stage over to the fireside chat with the House Ombuds. And thank you so much all for being here. See you soon.
Thank you, Siri. All right. We are thrilled to be here. It's really a pleasure and a privilege to be following Siri's opening remarks. And we have a great lineup for you all today. We were hoping to be doing this in person together in a hearing room, but of course, hearings and votes take precedent. So thanks, folks, for being flexible who are joining us. And let's go ahead and just kick it off by really expressing appreciation back to Siri and Steve and the whistleblower rights community who has brought these events together. It takes an immense amount of work behind the scenes, we realize, to hold whistleblower appreciation gatherings. It's through this great programming that NWC has put together. It's through the Whistleblower Summit and Film Festival that folks like Marcel Reed and Michael McCrae are putting together. It's happening all week. And we feel really privileged to be plugging into it through our perch here in Congress. So with that, let's just take another moment to pause and recognize why we're here today. We heard it from Siri and Steve, but this date and this programming is all about honoring whistleblowers, right? And for Congress, this is particularly important because whistleblowers are our best line of defense when it comes to preventing and tackling waste, fraud, and abuse. Just last week, folks may have heard headlines around the Labor Department whistleblower. This was a confidential individual who came forward, and his or her, we don't know, but this individual's disclosures helped to reveal that there were nearly $500 million in government fines that hadn't yet been received. And this was all due to some software glitch, right? It was something that could have been prevented. And now those fines are being recovered. In fact, I think some of those fines are due to the House of Representatives. So a direct kind of stake here that we have in this individual's disclosures. Now, we could go on and on with the ways in which we benefit from working with whistleblowers as an institution, the way Congress does. But we want to also just pause and recognize that these are the individuals who have to live with the consequences of their disclosures, right? We as Congress, we as the public, we reap the rewards of them coming forward, but they may have their life changed when they make this step. This is, for that reason, probably one of the most difficult decisions that they're going to make throughout their career. And as folks probably watching today can attest to, many don't feel it is a decision when they come forward. They may think they're simply doing their jobs, right? They're raising a concern to their boss. It's part of their job duties, or they can't turn a blind eye to something because they believe in upholding their organization's mission. The fact of the matter is, this is probably one of the most difficult decisions they are going to make, and they come forward because they're committed. They're committed to protecting their institutions. Now, whether it's a constituent who's reaching out to their member of Congress seeking support, right, maybe supporting guidance throughout this process, or a potential source for a committee, whatever the circumstance may be, by the time they reach out to Congress, it's probably because they haven't been able to have an impact internally. And they need some support, and therefore they need to have trust in the process. They need to trust that when they contact their member of the relevant committee, their disclosures are going to be taken seriously and that they're going to be protected in the process. For the staff that we serve here in Congress, for the House staff, they need to have confidence when they're on the receiving end, right? When they're receiving these disclosures, they need to feel like they have the tool, the education, and the guidance to properly respond to the concerns that whistleblowers are raising. This can be scary, if you're maybe a new staffer to an office and you're picking up the phone and it sounds like it could be a whistleblower issue and you're not sure where to start. Or by nature, whistleblowing is contentious, right? These are individuals raising concerns in their workplace. And for that reason, our office was established. So that's where we come in. We're the House Office of the Whistleblower Ombuds. We're a nonpartisan, independent support office, and our role is to advise the House, whether it's a staffer in a member office or a committee, or whether it's the members themselves. We're here to advise them on best practices when they're working with whistleblowers. And this could be whistleblowers from the public or the private sectors. That's why we were brought into existence, and we were brought into existence with bipartisan support from the Committee on House Administration and the Whistleblower Protection Caucus. There's a ton of bipartisan support when it comes to protecting whistleblowers that we can go into further, but we're an example of that. And with that, I want to acknowledge the two individuals with the Committee on House Administration who are with us today and helped to make it possible for our office to be successful and effective. They probably didn't know we were going to ask them to speak at this fireside chat when they established or helped to stand up our office, but we're thrilled to have them. And I couldn't think of two individuals who are, frankly, more invested in the success of the House as an institution, and in making sure that staff have the tools they need to do their jobs effectively than these two. So let me take a moment to introduce Khalil Aboud, our Deputy Staff Director with the Democratic Office for the Committee on House Administration, and Tim Monahan, our Staff Director with the Republican Office for the Committee on House Administration. Really excited to have you both here today. And then I also just want to take a moment to introduce my team, Becca Jones, our Deputy Director for the Whistleblower Ombuds Office, and John Whitty, our Deputy Director of Operations. Nothing we do would be possible without the work of them. So with that, we're really excited to have today's discussion. I know that was a kind of a lengthy intro here, but we wanted to make sure that we properly set the stage for what we're going to be talking about, which is how Congress can effectively partner with whistleblowers to advance its oversight work, and the importance of institutionalizing best practices for that working relationship. So we're going to share some tips along those lines. We're going to hear from folks on this call, and I'm going to start by posing a question to Khalil and Tim to get things going. So the first question here is around why our office was needed, why you felt its establishment was important, and kind of what void we're working to fill. And that's all in the context of, from your perch on CHA, making sure that the House is able to run smoothly, and that staff have the resources they need to do their job. So I'll pass it over to you all.
Thanks, Shana, and I really appreciate you pulling this together and having Khalil and I on here. And as you said, this has been a extremely bipartisan effort. And Khalil was the one, I remember a couple of years, came to me and said, hey, we're going to do this, and we want you guys on board. And it's been that way ever since. But to answer your question, as many of the folks watching may know, the House is a very decentralized place. And as such, there are not best practices that are implemented across the board on a number of things, including this area, the very, very importance of proper protections for whistleblowers. And so from my perspective, that was the need. And I think that's why this office was pursued and eventually stood up. And I think since you guys have been in place and as the team has been put together through education assistance, you guys have proven the value proposition of why your office was needed to be the central hub to ensure that every single office and committee does have the tools they need to properly interact with whistleblowers. So I think that was the goal. And from my perspective, you guys are well on your way to meeting that goal.
Tim.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim, and thanks everybody watching, and thanks to Shanna, John, and Becca. When the office was stood up, it was just 5 lines of legislative text in HRES 6, the rules package, and it had a modest appropriation, and that's all fine and good. But really, what makes this office are the people. And we hired Becca, and Tim and I are very proud of the search we ran to secure Becca to run the office, and then Becca brought Shanna brought John and Becca on, and since then it's been one of the smoothest operations in the House, and a place where things don't generally run very smoothly. But there was a void. The House is over 200 years old. We had never had this really formalized education effort when it comes to whistleblower intake and handling. And that void is filled, and it's been filled very, very capably by Shanna and her team. And whistleblowing is incredibly important, but in all areas, but particularly to the House, it helps the House, the members, and our committees execute their Article 1 responsibilities of oversight and legislation in ways that the other sort of tools we have available to us wouldn't. So, and that helps the work that Shannon and her team do to make sure that disclosures are handled properly is incredibly important to that effort.
Thank you. Thank you both. We'll say it time and again, it wouldn't be possible to do what we do without having the close coordination of committed staff in the Committee on House Administration and throughout this institution. A lot of folks are working hard behind the scenes and don't get the credit they deserve, but they're working through a pandemic and through threats at the Capitol. So it's a team effort. In that respect, I do want to kick it over to Becca and John to kind of preview some of the common questions we get as an office related to how to work with whistleblowers and guidance that we could share to this broader kind of government community that's frankly relevant for anybody in a position of power who's maybe a legislative staffer receiving a disclosure from whistleblowers.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to jump in here. One question, there go the lights. One question we get fairly commonly is pretty foundational, which is just, what are Congress's obligations when they're working with a whistleblower or to work with whistleblowers? And we really like to say that, the golden rule is to try and maintain sort of a do no harm mentality, because at the end of the day, whistleblower disclosures are sensitive in nature and they need to be handled mindfully, because as we all know, retaliation is common. And frankly, even where a staffer is being incredibly conscientious, even where the whistleblower is following, every step, the letter of the law, and making a protected disclosure, missteps happen. And, the consequences of that can be someone fighting for their livelihood for decades on end to try and get their life back. So, technically speaking, whether an office moves forward with a whistleblower's disclosures is highly discretionary. Generally, it's going to be a capacity question for an individual office or a committee. There is a requirement within the House that a House employee not publicly disclose a whistleblower's identity or personally identifiable information, essentially without their consent. And, of course, there are restrictions around how an office would handle classified disclosures, things of that nature, for example. But, even where there's no legal obligation to work with a whistleblower, there's a reason why these partnerships are so common. Whistleblowers in Congress teaming up over the years have had, as you kind of previewed, Shanna, just an incredible positive impact that we reap in society. But even where there is no capacity within an office to move forward on a case, we do recommend that staff at least try to leave someone better off for having reached out. Maybe through resource sharing, for example, can be very helpful just to help an individual sort of find their way. And we also try to remind offices that whistleblowers are often going to be constituents reaching out for support or, disclosing something that's going on in the district. So maintaining that good relationship is also really important for, just good constituent relations as well. But of course, sometimes an office does want to dig in on something a whistleblower's brought forward and really kind of vet the allegations. So.
Well, yeah, let me jump in there, Becca, on that thread about vetting the allegations. That's another common question we get and guidance that we give is working through that process. That's if the office wants to dig in a little deeper, then we could lend some guidance along those lines. And one of the first things would be to advise the staff to listen to what the whistleblower's goals are. Just listening to what those goals are and processing them and understanding them could help inform the office on what their next steps are going to be. So that's a very, very important first step along those lines. Another key step for working forward on an investigation or an oversight matter like this would be to ask the whistleblower to do some homework, give them some assignments to help the staffer process this information better, like, preparing a timeline of the events or summarizing some of the key evidence. Those things will distill the case in the mind of the whistleblower, and then it will help impart that knowledge to the staffer too. And so it's a mutually beneficial loop that happens there as they do this exchange. And then the last thing that's a common thread that we will talk about is that asking the whistleblower, do they have legal counsel? And if they don't, experienced legal counsel too, in the matters of whistleblowing. And if they don't, suggest that they investigate, do some research to try to find some experienced legal counsel. One of the reasons for this is because working through legal counsel can help protect the communications between the whistleblower and where the disclosure is going, in this case to Congress, because it might invoke some attorney-client privilege there. And also it might facilitate some ways of sharing documentary evidence that in a more secure fashion as well. So these, and I think we're gonna touch later on in this conversation, we're gonna talk a little more about confidentiality. And then just to let you know, we do have some related resources on our website about protecting confidentiality too. With that, maybe Shanna was gonna, maybe I've stolen Shanna's thunder there.
Not at all. This is a fireside chat, our first one, but it's supposed to be informal. So let's keep this discussion going. And it is the perfect preview. We have a ton of public resources. We're a House-facing office, so we have to be clear about that when it comes to providing our direct services. That's for the House staff. But a lot of our guidance is public on our website, like Congress's obligations when working with whistleblowers. That can be accessed on our website. We'll see if we can put it somehow in the chat. Everything can be found on our website, needless to say, which is whistleblower.house.gov. I think we have CHA to thank for such an easy name to remember, whistleblower.house.gov. So Congress's obligations when working with whistleblowers, as well as kind of quick tips on protecting whistleblower confidentiality, as well as vetting their disclosures. We have videos on both of those topics, and we'll keep flagging resources as they come up. I do just want to acknowledge and touch on two themes that have already been raised. One is the importance of constituent services, and two is the importance of Congress reclaiming its Article 1 responsibilities, its constitutionally mandated kind of duties, right? And this is incredibly timely for many reasons. We'll just acknowledge that both Khalil and Tim's bosses sit on the Select Committee for the Modernization of Congress, which has a number of important recommendations and initiatives taking place every day. They recently passed advanced nearly 30 bipartisan recommendations. Speaking of the bipartisan, collaboration taking place right now in the House and in Congress. And those are largely focused around those two themes: how to better serve constituents and how to strengthen Congress's robust oversight responsibilities. So you'll be hearing those as recurring themes when we discuss kind of, the importance of working with whistleblowers today, and how, frankly, Congress's effective work with these individuals is at the core and heart of those initiatives. So with that, I'm going to kick it back over to Khalil and Tim. And continuing with the theme of bipartisan support, we heard in the opening remarks prior to our fireside chat that today was established through a bipartisan resolution, bipartisan, unanimously passed, that wants to honor whistleblowers, right? And it was founded in the first whistleblower law passed back in the Continental Congress that Steve loves to discuss, but it's important. This was unanimous from the start, the support for these individuals, all the way to our office's establishment, with the great bipartisan support we've had. We continue to see this as a recurring theme. Now, when it comes to our office, we're not so much bipartisan as we are nonpartisan, right? We're supposed to play that nonpartisan support role within the House to meet the needs of staff when they're working with whistleblowers, to meet them where they are. And a lot of that has to do, frankly, with institutionalizing these best practices, which has been a big push, we know, by your committee, by CHA to institutionalize best practices when it comes to technology, when it comes to constituent services, a number of different initiatives, and by the Select Committee on the Modernization for Congress. So with that, I'll get to the question, which is, we wanted to ask, in what ways do you feel the establishment of a nonpartisan support office such as ours is able to kind of fill that need in institutionalizing guidance that can really stick in the House, especially given the high turnover that we see on a regular basis? Khalil, do you want to kick it off?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Shanna. The House it's a very, very transient place. It not only from Congress to Congress, but from month to month, week, day to day, it looks different. Right? It looks different today than it looked, than it did yesterday. But the one thing that generally sticks around is quality, right? So it doesn't matter who's in charge. It doesn't matter who's chairing what committee. Quality product that helps our members and our committees do their work lasts, right? And that's one thing that I think you and your team have provided to us. And that's why I think it'll be institutionalized. And I think no matter what happens in the 118th, 119th, 120th, whatever, the guidance that the Ombuds office has provided to the community will have real lasting effect.
I agree with that. And Shana, I think you hit a lot of important points about this moment in time where strengthening Article 1, Section 1 is top of mind for a lot of folks, including the 12 members of Congress that serve on the Select Committee on Modernization. And there's been a lot of outside stakeholders engaged on that. And a lot of that is focused on reclaiming some powers that Congress is ceded to the executive branch, and also overseeing a branch of government that is exponentially larger and has more resources than the legislative branch. And whistleblowers are an important part of that. And so I completely agree with all of that. Another thing to add that I think your office has done effectively well, and that is tailored your approach depending upon where the offices are. And you hit on meeting offices where they are, rather than trying to pull them to one cookie cutter place for everybody. And so taking the time, being thoughtful, being strategic about what are the goals of various offices, and then seeing where your office can fit in to help support them in furthering those goals. And so I think that has been key. And then just the amount of reach out and touch points. We've had conversations over the last couple of years with setting goals of contacting each office twice a year, even more than that. And with the high turnover of staff that's been mentioned, that's critical. Half of the battle is just letting people know where the resources are. And so the frequency that you've continued to have your outreach, I think, has been part of the success as well.
Thank you both. We're going to start blushing over here. We promise this wasn't intended to be a let's pat our office on the back. But your feedback means an immense amount to us, because we're constantly in a process of trying to improve and figure out, with thousands of employees and a high staff turnover rate, how are we reaching everyone? And that, frankly, is only possible through close coordination with the other House support offices, many of which are under CHA's jurisdiction, the Committee on House Administration's jurisdiction. And from our perspective, that's how this guidance is going to be institutionalized, right? Is making sure it sticks within offices so that they're prepared and they have the tools when they're hearing from whistleblowers around their concerns and their desired level of confidentiality and whatever it may be, that they know where to start in working effectively and safely with them, or they know where to turn if they need more support and resources to do so. So it's such a team effort, and it's only possible with that close coordination with the other House support offices. And you've helped us to navigate that. So then I'm going to kick it back over, and then we are going to open it up in a few minutes to questions. So please be submitting your questions, and they'll be coming our way. But I'm going to kick it over to the team to kind of look at one of our closeout questions at this stage. It's frankly for the team, and it's also for Cleo and Tim, which is, as we talked about in the opening, today's event honors whistleblowers. And in honoring them, we do need to continue to remember the immense risk that they take in coming forward. Again, we benefit from their knowledge, but they have to live with the potential years of retaliation that could result. And for that role, we feel strongly that part of our responsibility as an office is to advise Congress on how it can both work with the whistleblowers' disclosures to conduct oversight, while also protecting them at the same time, making sure that they're standing by their sources. And there are a number of quick tips and strategy that folks may be able to take away today that can reinforce your initiatives to support your sources while also benefiting from their knowledge. So I was going to ask the team if they could speak to that, kind of the ways in which we coach Congress in this space. And then if CHA could speak a little bit to kind of why this is important as a principle from your perspective, either direct or indirect experience, or anything else that you want to touch on for some of these closeout remarks before we open it up to the audience. So let me pass it to my team internally to get us started.
Yeah, thanks, Shanna. So, I mean, thinking about reputation makes me think about relationships. And that's one of the ways that we frame how an office or a committee might be working with a whistleblower as a relationship. And we put it under this umbrella of the follow-up stage. And, it involves things like, managing expectations and also increasing the flow of information over time, so that as time goes by, there's still an exchange of information going back and forth between the office and the whistleblower. And one of the things that this facilitates is new evidence that might be coming into the office. So and then I mentioned managing expectations, and I just wanted to follow up with one other high-level thing, is a checklist that we have about how to process some of the best practices for processing this follow-up stage. And then at a more specific level, at a lower level, we talk about the ground rules that the office establishes with the whistleblower to help protect the information. And that includes identifying what confidentiality methods and processes does the whistleblower want? How much confidentiality do they want? And then establishing boundaries around the use of their information in collaboration with the whistleblower. Build this idea about, like, how is this information going to be used? How is your office going to use this information? And then additionally, of course, what are the matters of consent, of obtaining consent for when you share this information somewhere else? And then last one of these ground rules that I'll touch on is the one about screening information. So when you are going to share any information outside of an office, screen it for quality control and for confidentiality. And these are the practices that help build this relationship and ensure this, protection, and that fosters this reputation of the office and the house, for that matter, than being a safer place to come for whistleblowers.
Yeah. And I mean, just to jump in a little bit, sometimes, part of our best practices guidance is really on kind of really practical sort of advice and tips for ensuring whistleblower confidentiality, especially through a staffer's kind of vetting process, where you need to preserve the whistleblower's identity, but still investigate what they're alleging, what they're bringing forward. So we say things, for example, like staff individuals should be using their official work devices, official, house accounts, for example, to communicate with whistleblowers, even using, encrypted secure channels. So like the Signal app, for example, to communicate things like that. That really practical guidance is also, part of what we try to give to staff.
And just following up, Becca, one other thing that helps to build this reputation idea is to share the survival tips that we have with the whistleblower, and especially the ones that talk about secure communications and talk about securing the evidence, but from the whistleblower's point of view, that to emphasize to them that there are steps that they can take in terms of secure comms and securing evidence that will help protect confidentiality. And then all of that, as much as you're protecting this information on both ends, you're helping to improve this relationship and ensure that this reputation is a solid reputation going forward.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, just to add on a little bit is that, sometimes it's not always going to be preventative. In other words, sometimes a whistleblower will come to an office, they're already facing retaliation by the time they reach out, or they may start to experience or anticipate retaliation kind of as they're working with an office. And there are also actions that an office can take to really support the whistleblower in that case and help to fend off the retaliation. For example, they may want to remind an employer that individuals have a right to communicate with Congress, and assert that retaliation isn't going to be tolerated by them. So they could send a letter to that effect, for example, and we have templates of that kind of letter that we often provide to staff that they may want to build off of. And just picking up that thread, talking about Congress's Article 1, authorities and responsibilities. Remember that Congress has the power of the purse, right? So where federal funding is concerned, there are also anti-gag protections in place that, make very clear that an employee has the right to speak out, and that their whistleblowing rights supersede a restriction on an employee's right to speak out. And there are even federal laws that can pull an employee's salary if they're found to have retaliated against a whistleblower. Now, of course, it's important, and we remind offices that it's critical that they're working with the whistleblower before they would take any kind of action like this. But I do think that employing these strategies can help to build an important precedent of Congress really standing by its sources.
Thanks, team. And in that respect, we do have a related guidance document on our website for holding retaliators accountable, which cites some of those statutes and points to letters and templates that can be used to get started by a member office or a committee. And it builds off of the good work already done to date by bipartisan congressional support for whistleblowers. So let me kick it back over to our friends in CHA and see if you have anything to add on that note or others.
Sure. I just wanted to mention one thing. A lot of my comments, really all of my comments so far have been geared towards big picture and our oversight responsibilities with your office, but we've also been a customer. We've used your office on a number of occasions and on two specific initiatives that we wanted to create a way for folks, if they had information, to come forward and to speak with us. One of those had to do with security matters in the Capitol Police, and one had to do with the use of federal funds around elections. And our interactions were very professional. The end product, the portal that we set up, was great. The training our staff went through was really good, and we heard from some really important people. But for the second initiative, the one dealing kind of internally to the legislative branch, it was eye-opening how few protections legislative branch employees have from being retaliated against. And when you compare what they have to the executive branch, it is not even or equal. And so that's been eye-opening to me, and that's something longer term we're certainly interested in addressing. So I thought I'd mention.
Thanks, Tim. I'll piggyback off of that, but Khalil, it's really you're up if you have anything further to share.
Yeah, I do want to touch on something you mentioned a couple times, Shanna, and that is the immense risk that comes with whistleblowing. And so I think when we were standing up the office, part of the impetus there was that we have a responsibility to ensure that if somebody is coming forward to make a disclosure to their member of Congress or to a committee, and they are burdening themselves with that risk, then we owe it to them to make sure it's a safe, professional place to come, right? So it goes both ways. And again, it's a credit to your office for helping us fulfill that responsibility.
Thanks, Khalil. Thanks, Tim. And we can't stress enough how privileged we feel to be in a position to stand up this office. We were given an incredibly clear mandate, which is to advise the House, we're House facing, on its work working with whistleblowers, with whistleblowers. And our guidance, our lessons learned, our best practices, they're informed from the whistleblower rights community who's on the front lines, often representing whistleblowers, and also from whistleblowers directly, who we've had the privilege to work with over the years prior to joining the House, to kind of funnel those lessons and those needs into our training and our guidance for Congress. At the same time, it's informed by the longstanding kind of best practices and lessons learned from congressional staffers who have been doing this for decades, who know what does and doesn't work when it comes to building that effective working relationship with those we rely so heavily on. So we can't stress enough how grateful we are for this opportunity. And going back to Tim's point about kind of the discrepancy between rights available to the executive branch and those for the legislative branch, from our perspective, that's an education opportunity. Our office, to be very clear, we're not in a position to advocate for legislative reform, but we can provide technical expertise and guidance if an office is ever working on a whistleblower bill, and we can point toward bipartisan best practices that are very, very standard in whistleblower legislation. But Tim did, raise a point that's a reality, and for anybody who's interested in knowing what bills have been introduced, we do have a legislative tracker that has bipartisan whistleblower legislation on it. You can find it on our website. I think there are over 5 bipartisan bills at this time pending, having to do with protecting those who raise COVID, wasteful spending concerns, to creating parity with executive branch and contractor employees. And there have been initiatives over the year. Grassley will be, talking later today. He's time and again introduced legislation trying to create legislative branch whistleblower protections, as has Representative Spear and other members in Congress. So for anybody who does want to get involved on that front, that's not where our office plays a role, unless an office needs technical expertise around a bill. But those organizing this, this week's summit, the Good Government Whistleblower Support Organizations, NWC spoke to their initiatives, Make It Safe Coalition, Government Accountability Project, POGO. They're the folks to reach out to for further guidance in that space. So we just wanted to add a PS on that one. Good deal. Well, at this point, we're at 3:08, and we want to see what questions we're getting from the audience. So we'll look and see what's coming our way on that front, and I'll be kind of keeping an eye out on my phone. I think that's how we're going to receive any questions. But I'm going to go ahead with the time we have and pose pose a question to the team, which has to do with kind of this theme around how to make sure whistleblowers are better off when they reach out to Congress. You know, even if an office may not have the capacity to fully investigate their disclosures, how does staff make sure that they're still leaving them with something that can help point them in the right direction? And this is kind of a two-pronged question, because in the spirit of oversight and teaming up with whistleblowers to advance Congress's Article 1 responsibilities, in what ways can an office then partner more closely with the whistleblower at that follow-up stage to conduct its oversight? So the first question is, how do you leave them better off? Even if you don't know if you're going to proceed in working with them or not. And then the second question is, if you are going to work with them, how can you put them to work to have an impact and really make your oversight more effective? And then this is immediately for the team, but always welcome thoughts by the CHA folks as well, because you're experts too.
Sure. I mean, I can just kind of pick up on something that I mentioned earlier in passing, which is really that resource sharing can be so critical for leaving someone better off, even if it's, you know, an issue that your office, you know, it's not within your jurisdiction, or it's not something you have the capacity to take on. Helping someone to find the right path of an office or, you know, a government entity that does have capacity to look into it can be incredibly powerful and useful for someone who may be kind of lost in a sea of government acronyms. So we have on our website, which is whistleblower.house.gov, it's kind of broken into 3 different sections. So one is a congressional audience page. So in other words, resources that are really tailored for our House audience. And then we have our whistleblower audience page, and then we have all resources. So that whistleblower audience page is often where we kind of direct staff to for resources that they can share directly with their constituents or their sources. So we have, for example, on there, we have fact sheets that break down the, you know, different sectors of whistleblowing. So we have one on the Whistleblower Protection Act, for example, which is the primary executive branch law. Just kind of quick overviews of how the law functions. We have resources, governmental and non-governmental resources, kind of survival tips and guides, best practices for working with Congress. So, you know, maybe a constituent reaches out to a member office, it's not something they're able to prioritize. They may want to redirect that person to a committee. Here's some best practices for working with that committee. So those kinds of resources really can make a huge difference in someone's life, and help them find knowledgeable counsel, as well as John was talking about earlier.
I'll try to answer the second part of that question, Shanna, or one thing I was thinking of when you asked that was, you know, to move forward with a whistleblower for oversight, you know, thinking about this Article 1, you know, responsibilities. One of the things the whistleblower is an expert, you know, quite likely the whistleblower is an expert on the matter that they are bringing forward to Congress. And so one of their roles could be to help you fact check whatever information you're hearing from the other side, from the agency or from the employer or wherever it is. The whistleblower could be an expert fact checker for you. And then another thing is that if the office or the committee is going to be asking questions or asking for documents, the whistleblower can help formulate those ideas, whether they're questions for a hearing somewhere or whether it's a document request and you want to cast the net just right so that you capture the key documents. The whistleblower might be the perfect person to help craft that kind of thing. And then even, you know, potentially being an expert on this matter, the whistleblower might be able to provide a consultation on policy matters as well. You know, they might be able to provide some insights into relevant policies that would help, you know, advance the office's priorities. So that's just what came to mind with me, Shanna.
Thanks, team. Really helpful. And that's a preview of what will be our next video short, which is kind of teaming up with whistleblowers to advance Congress's oversight and Article 1 responsibilities. So stay tuned on that front. We did see some questions come through in the chat. I'm just going to clarify a few things based on the questions. And by chat, I mean they're going to my phone right now, team. So I'll be sharing them with you at the same time. One is there an office like ours in the Senate? Right now, there's not. We're house facing. We were established through the House rules package. So they're not able to, establish offices or other rules that would impact the Senate. We're just house facing. Great clarifying question. We understand civil society has some related initiatives and conversations going in the Senate. The other question, that I think it's good to clarify is kind of what happens if we receive information, the Office of the Whistleblower Ombuds, do we forward that to a relevant committee, CHA or others? And we need to be very clear about that. It's something I didn't clarify up front. But we're not able to, receive or forward on disclosures from individual whistleblowers. It's not in our jurisdiction or authority. We're not an intake office for whistleblowers. Going back to that rule of thumb, we also, though, want to make sure folks are better off if they reach out. So to Becca's point about that whistleblower audience page, that's something that we'll also share directly with individuals who may contact us seeking guidance to try to reorient them and let them know how to identify maybe the menu of committees of jurisdiction. We have a committee jurisdictional tool that will identify under which statute a whistleblower may be able to go to which committee. Or we have a number of governmental and non-governmental resources developed by the good groups organizing this week's events that you can easily access all in one location. So great clarifying question. We can't receive a whistleblower disclosure and we can't forward disclosures on. We're here simply to support the House in their work with you all, so they're prepared when you reach out to them, to a House member or committee office. Let me see, I have some other questions in here. While I'm pulling them up, if anybody has anything coming to mind that you want to be sharing or chiming in with, feel free to unmute yourselves. And we have about less than 15 minutes left here. Okay, yeah, Tim.
One thing I was going to mention, and that is we have a congressional transition coming up in a couple of months. And when we talk about institutionalizing best practices and services that are offered across the board, not just in the whistleblower space, attrition is part of that. And as we've seen through the last couple of congressional cycles, we're having pretty big classes. And so whereas you used to have members that served for decades, that's becoming less frequent. And so the result is the entire churn of the House occurs more rapidly. And so it's a long way of saying that as this office transitions into next Congress, you guys are going to have a huge opportunity to educate a big chunk of new members and all the staff that work for them. And so I think from a year's time from now, we're going to all be able to say that your office and the services that are offered and the value of protecting whistleblowers that members of Congress and their team place is going to be increased because of that transition that will be here in just a couple of months.
Thanks. That's really helpful. And, we'd be remiss not to express appreciation to you and Khalil and your committee for all of the new member orientation kind of programming that you put together every year. Feels like a thankless role, but I know it makes all the difference for those folks coming in, thinking back to those staffers. It may be for their first day on the job, or a member's just establishing their office and trying to figure out where do we start in making sure we have clear intake procedures when we hear from a potential whistleblower, right? Where do we start? And again, that goes back to exactly why our office was established, is so that folks don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. We can take the lessons learned and best practices that the whistleblower rights community and Congress have developed together and try to institutionalize that by making sure offices have the tools and the resources readily available so they're prepared for inquiries from whistleblowers, whether it's a freshman office or the chair of a committee who's been working this beat for decades, right? So with that, really appreciate the acknowledgement what's ahead. And we're excited to stay busy. We're learning every day how we can improve, and we're figuring this out with every new office we work with. Becca, I see you're unmuted. Let me pass it over to you, and then we'll do another question from the audience.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to, those are both really excellent points. And I think it speaks to the value of that really mindful institutionalization that we're working on. Because as was said earlier, one of our services is we can help offices build out kind of their internal process, as rigorous or top level as they want to make it, for how they will handle whistleblower intake, so that everybody from the interns through, the staff director knows what to do when, a bunch of different whistleblowers come in, or when one whistleblower comes in. And I think, keeping in mind that high turnover in the house, and like Tim, you said, the larger freshman classes that are coming in of members, I think the value there is that, if we have helped maybe a staff director or a chief put together this robust intake program, and they want to change offices, or the folks who work with them change offices, they're taking that knowledge with them to the new freshman members. They're taking that knowledge with them to their new committee assignments. So my hope is that, we'll start to see that more and more, sort of, that knowledge kind of permeating throughout the house as folks kind of naturally move around.
I just like to say I'm sort of seeing this line between institutionalizing these practices. Hopefully that's our vision, our distant vision. It's really institutionalizing these practices, and then that goes towards the reputation that the House has as a place that listens to and protects whistleblowers, and then that goes to Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution and the oversight responsibility.
Yeah, thanks, John, for threading that needle. Really appreciating this conversation. So kicking it back over to some of the questions we're getting. One of them was, has our office been made aware of any notable police whistleblower legislation that's pending? This was submitted by a police whistleblower, and again, we're not in a position to endorse or advocate for legislation, but we do have a legislative tracker that keeps a record of all related bills. There is a bipartisan bill that would improve rights for police whistleblowers. It's called the Special Inspector General for Law Enforcement Act, HR 6762. Again, the folks organizing the summit could give you more information, but that is a bipartisan initiative that's ongoing to our knowledge. Another question is, once a whistleblower is recognized, are there any benefits in terms of protections, awards, asylum, anything of that nature? Such an important question, and it's a big question. So let me kick it over to the team to see if either of you want to kind of kick us off in an initial response.
I grabbed the space bar before anybody else did. So I'll just say, it varies dramatically, right, across all kind of spectrums. There's lots of different laws that provide whistleblowing rights, and they have all kinds of different provisions in them and enforcement mechanisms. So it's very, very case by case specific. Just an enormous amount of variety in this patchwork.
Yeah. Just quickly piggybacking off of that, we have developed, because the rights vary across sectors. We heard legislative branch employees don't necessarily have the same rights that those in the executive branch have. And it varies between other sectors in the private sector as well. So we've developed, largely under Becca's leadership, a number of fact sheets around what rights are available to a whistleblower based on the sector they're in. Some of those, like in the private sector, do involve awards and bounties and things of that nature. Others involve, maybe strong rights against workplace retaliation. But most laws, part of our, our education when we're working with offices to make sure they're aware, nearly none of the U.S. whistleblower laws cover forms of criminal or civil retaliation. So even when a whistleblower is engaging in protected activity and lawfully communicating with Congress, they could still be subject to being placed under criminal investigation for, for instance, alleged theft of company property that evidences the misconduct, or maybe slapped with a defamation suit, a slap suit, which can be incredibly expensive and difficult to defend themselves against. So even where, arguably strong rights exist, there's still limitations to the landscape, which is why so much of our guidance is largely around developing digestible fact sheets so staff know where to look to understand what rights an employee they're working with may be covered under, but also to focus on the prevention to retaliation by best practices for protecting a whistleblower's confidentiality or defending a source, right, when they become subject to retaliation. Great. Really good dialogue. We have about 5 minutes left. We have a few more questions while I'm pulling them up. Let's see, kind of open it up to the team here if other thoughts are coming to mind that you'd like to comment on.
Well, I have a hard stop at 3:30, but I did want to say to those listening, as Khalil said on the top of the call, this office did come to be with just a few short lines of legislation, but it wouldn't have gotten to that point if it hadn't been for the outside stakeholders and outside advocacy groups and folks like you that have been pushing for this for a really long time. And frankly, Congress was resistant to it. But because you guys were persistent and insisted upon it and kept coming back, explaining why this needed to be, it wouldn't be here. And so it's been great to hear all the kind words about what we're doing here. But I did want to recognize for the broader group watching, we know that we wouldn't have gotten to this point if it hadn't been for the outside pressure from the stakeholder community.
Thanks, Tim. Really gracious remarks and well said. We couldn't have said them better. As much as we have the Committee on House Administration and the Rules Committee, and frankly, the Appropriations Committee, I think for our existence, it was the push from the whistleblower rights community that saw the need for an office this nature that helped to also make it possible. So with that, let me go ahead and see if we can get maybe a closeout question for the last few minutes we have. Just making sure I see what's going on in the chat here. And thanks, folks. I think with that we're going to go ahead and kind of open it up to see if there are any closing words that our speakers may have. Tim gave some really thoughtful ones about the support of the whistleblower rights community, but any kind of closing words of wisdom, insights for those listening today, whether they're government officials, congressional staff who may be working with whistleblowers, or whether whistleblowers themselves or their advocates who may be tuning in, that you think are worth passing on.
Yeah, I very much want to associate myself with Tim's comments and thank the outside stakeholders that brought this to our attention and made sure that it wasn't ignored. And again, I want to thank, relative to other House offices, you're a very small operation. 3 people. We're working on giving you some more capacity. But in the House community, you're a very small office with a big task. And you do it exceedingly well. So again, just thank you to the whistleblowers, thank you to the whistleblower advocates, and thank you to the ombuds, and thanks to Tim for his partnership in making a successful enterprise.
You're both such a classy demonstration of really bipartisan commitment to making the House function. And I meant it when I said we couldn't think of 2 more committed folks to serve with and to help us operate effectively. So thank you for your kind words. Thank you again to the whistleblower rights community, to NWC, and everybody else organizing this week and fighting the good fight. Thank you to the whistleblowers who are out there and who have courageously spoken up to protect us and protect the public. And let me thank my team again for all the work that Becca, you and John, you do, and see if you have any closing remarks as well before we wrap up with our final 2 minutes here.
No, I would just thank NWC and thanks to Khalil and Tim for joining us, and just echo the sentiments. I think the creation of our office, it's been very bipartisan, and we've been able to operate in such a great nonpartisan capacity, and it really just builds on that extremely bipartisan history of support for whistleblowers and whistleblowing in Congress. We know that nearly all the modern statutes pass with bipartisan, if not unanimous, consent in Congress. And how many issues can you say that about, frankly? So it's been a real privilege.
Thank you to our hosts, and thank you to Khalil and Tim for great leadership.
Yep. And we'd also be remiss not to recognize the good work of the chairwoman, Zoe Lofgren, and Rodney Davis, ranking member of CHA as well, for the support for our office. So Siri, right on time, we'll pass it back over to you, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, everyone. I am just so inspired by that fireside chat. I hope it was incredibly informative for all of our attendees. The House Ombuds Office for the House Office for the Whistleblowers Ombuds is one of my favorite offices on the Hill. They're so essential to making sure that communication is smooth and complete, educating our members in the House of Representatives, and communicating with whistleblower stakeholders. This is day one of National Whistleblower Center's National Whistleblower Day celebration. We have brought together so many incredible experts this year, and that was our first cohort of them. So I'm so happy that we got to have the House Office of the Whistleblowers Ombuds open for us today. If you have the need for help and you need a whistleblower attorney, if you have anything going on that you want to report, please go to www.whistleblowers.org, whistleblowers with an S, and fill out our intake form at the button on the upper right-hand corner. It's red, it says Get Help. By filling out that intake form, you will be connected with an evaluating attorney that will look at your information with confidentiality and the protections of attorney-client privilege. Any information about cases or whistleblower concerns that are directly related to unique sets of facts are not protected if they're put into our chat box. So please keep that in mind and interact with each other safely. I'm so happy we were able to incorporate some of our Q&A today. We're about to move from federal to state. I'm so happy to announce that the EPA has responded to our inquiry about what they're going to do to educate whistleblowers, and we've just published a press release about the letter they sent us affirming that they will inform whistleblowers. We also historically have heard from HHS, and we also want to thank the USDA for posting links to this event on their website. So thank you so much, you federal agencies. It means a lot to have your backing. And thank you to all the people who took action to let their representatives know that they should have attended the Ombuds panel. Right now, you can also go online, and in the chat, you should see a link to reach out to your member of the House of Representatives and let them know that they should check out the House Ombuds office and consult them about their whistleblower issues. But going to the state level, this is another group of people that are among my favorites nationwide, and that is the North American Securities Administrators Association. They have an incredible Model Whistleblower Act that they've been fighting to get passed across the country, and it's really going to make a difference for local whistleblower protections. So I'm going to hand it off to our panelists, and I hope you enjoy this panel. Again, there'll be Q&A at the end, so stay tuned.
Almost forgot to unmute there. That would have been a disaster. Thank you Siri, and thank you to the National Whistleblower Center. We're excited to be talking to you about our efforts today. So my name's Andrew Hartnett. I am the Deputy Securities Administrator for the Iowa Insurance Division and the President-elect of the North American Securities Administrators Association, which I will now call NASA. Sadly, not the space agency. Every now and then we'll have a member who tries to pronounce NASA like NASA or something like that to avoid the association with the space agency, but I'm not that good. I'm just gonna plunge on with NASA, if you'll forgive me. So organized in 1919, NASA is the oldest international organization devoted to investor protection. NASA's membership includes the securities administrators in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. State regulators are focused on grassroots investor protection and efficient capital formation. And as such, NASA recognizes the valuable contributions of whistleblowers. This panel is going to discuss ongoing efforts by state regulators to empower whistleblowers to come forward to expose fraud, abuse, and other misconduct in the securities industry. Our panelists are specifically going to talk about several state-level securities whistleblower programs that are in place now and encourage people to do the right thing in the unlikely event that they learn of potential violations of state and federal securities laws. Currently, only a minority of states, Utah, Indiana, Montana, Vermont, have established whistleblower programs, but these leading programs are an overwhelming success. Now, we'd like for today's program to be as interactive as possible, and we've included time for questions and answers at the end of the discussion. If you have questions during the panel, please go ahead and submit them in the chat function at the bottom of the screen, and I'll try to include them as I can as we go along or at the end. All right, so now enough from me. It's time to introduce my fellow state securities regulators and panelists that are actually going to be telling us about these programs and the important work happening at the state level. So today I am joined by John Cochran, the Commissioner at the Indiana Securities Division, Francois Grayson, the Director of Communication and Outreach at the Utah Division of Securities, and Emily Kosicki, the Director of Policy at the Vermont Department of Financial Regulations. All right, John, let's start with you. I've mentioned state securities regulators a couple of times. In my experience, people don't know who those folks are. So, tell us about state securities regulators and their work. You're on mute. You pulled a me.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Andrew. Thank you for the introduction. John Cochran, Commissioner of the Indiana Securities Division. State securities regulators play a critical role in protecting investors and maintaining the integrity of the securities markets. And as you mentioned, Andrew, that's important for efficient capital formation. Among other statutory responsibilities, the state securities regulators investigate violations of state securities law and bring enforcement actions when appropriate. Complaints often serve as the basis for beginning an investigation into possible securities law violations.
So how does the Indiana Securities Division, other state regulators benefit from whistleblower reports?
Well, first of all, whistleblower complaints can be a source of valuable firsthand information about wrongdoing in the industry that may not otherwise come to light. This information can be crucial in preventing harm and recovering ill-gotten profits or gains from wrongdoers. Unfortunately, just by the nature of whistleblowers, they often risk retaliations, and that can be significant, including loss of employment, being blacklisted, financial hardships, basically loss of livelihood. So to address this on the federal level, the SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, administers a whistleblower reward program for those who provide information leading to the recovery of over $1 million in penalties. However, no such program exists for people whose reporting leads to smaller recoveries. So, that's where the states come in and kind of fill the gap. So to encourage reporters at that state level, some states like my own state, Indiana and Utah, have enacted state whistleblower programs to sort of fill that gap and provide protection and financial incentives for whistleblowers to report securities violations.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. So let's delve into Utah's and Indiana's whistleblower program a little bit more. Utah established its program in 2011. Francois, would you tell us more about the Utah program and its backstory?
Sure, thanks, Andrew. I'm Francois Grayson from the Utah Division of Securities. So Utah's program is called the Securities Fraud Reporting Program Act, and it was enacted in March of 2011. It became effective in May of 2011. And so initially the act followed the model of the SEC Whistleblower Reward Program that was created in the Dodd-Frank Act of 2010. Our program was enacted following initial concerns that folks were pretty reluctant to report securities fraud to the division. So the basis of our program is that we will provide awards that are paid from our Securities Investor Education Training and Enforcement Fund. So our program also affords anti-retaliation protections for whistleblowers reporting original information, that's key, to their securities division if they're participating in any investigation or judicial action or an administrative action. But the program's main benefit is that it encourages people to identify wrongdoing in real time. So not after fraud has occurred and restitution is unlikely. So there's an emphasis there on being more proactive rather than being reactive. A lot of times when securities regulators receive complaints as well after the crime has been committed. So it can get people in the door. If it can get people in the door sooner, we have a much better chance of freezing the assets and getting restitution back to the victims. And if you are looking for any more information on Utah's whistleblower program, we do have that available on our website.
What was it like to get the act through the Utah legislature?
It received pretty much bipartisan support from our state legislator. The bill was sponsored by Senator Ben McAdams at the time, and then Representative Jim Byrd. And at the time, our Division of Securities Director was Keith Woodwell, and he spoke about the bill in the legislative committees. There were some early suggestions during committee to include protections for employers against illegitimate reports from employees, but those protections were added into the bill, into the final draft of it. But ultimately, the bill moved favorably through the legislature with the majority of the lawmakers voting for the bill.
So 2011, it's been over a decade since Utah's program was established. Can you tell us about the awards that have been made under the program?
Sure. So our act authorizes our Securities Commission to make an award to one reporter or several reporters who voluntarily, again, that's key, provides original information that leads to a successful enforcement action with a monetary sanction over $50,000. So our Securities Commission, it's made up of 5 Utah residents, their attorneys and licensees and other members of the public. So they'll make the decision about the amount of the awards that they would like to offer, as well as who the awards will go to. And to date, Utah has paid 3 awards to whistleblowers, and we're considering 2 additional awards to whistleblowers from separate enforcement actions. And so the first one that Utah awarded was in 2014, and it was a $15,000. And it was issued to an investment advisor who reported to the division. It was some questionable transactions, and it was about $100,000 that he had noticed in the questionable transactions. And the advisor told us that it was a Canadian national who was targeting a recent widow, and the widow had inherited a large sum of money. And the common theme that we will hear from a lot of these bad actors are promising low or high returns for very little risk. And that was the general story here. But of course, later in the investigation, it was revealed that the subject was actually spending funds on personal expenses as opposed to what was communicated to the investor. But generally, the division, we will present whistleblower cases to the commission that meet the requirements for an award.
Yeah, so $15,000, not in the same realm as $1 million, but those cases where they're spending spending money on their personal expenses are always so galling. So that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. So John, let's talk about Indiana a little bit. You've also established a whistleblower program. What tell us about Indiana's program?
Sure. Indiana's whistleblower award legislation was originally enacted in 2010 with House Bill 1332, which gave the commissioner of the Securities Division pretty broad discretion in making awards in an amount under, not to exceed 10% of the total monetary sanctions. This was re-examined 2 years later in 2012. And now it looks like it's in a format now that's more in line with NASA and the Model Act and with the Dodd-Frank Act whistleblower language. I would say differs probably from Utah's program in that it only provides monetary awards to whistleblowers from the Securities Division's restitution fund. But it's in line with that. They're all in line with the NASA Model Act.
Okay, cool. And we'll talk about that shortly. But before we get there, what was it like to pass the Indiana version? Was it like Utah's experience?
Very much like Utah's. Both bills enjoyed bipartisan support. The second bill, House Bill 1219, which was authored by Representative Bob Heaton, who's been a just fantastic champion for the Securities Division here, that passed nearly unanimously through both chambers. I think it may have had 3 no votes through the entire process. So very strong support for that.
Yeah, that's always great when you get numbers like that. So can you share some success stories from Indiana?
Well, we've only had issued one whistleblower award, but it was what I would consider a very large award. In 2016, the Indiana Securities Division awarded $95,000 to a whistleblower in connection with a $950,000 settlement with JP Morgan Chase Bank and JP Morgan Securities. The whistleblower was critical and assisted the investigators by providing information about improprieties in JP Morgan's asset management unit, enabling the division to bring an enforcement action against JP Morgan for failing to disclose certain conflicts of interest to its clients about the way the bank invested their money. It made a big difference, and I wasn't around in 2016 here at the Securities Division, but at the time of the award, the Indiana Secretary of State at the time publicly stated that without the individual coming forward, the office would not have uncovered the issue, and Indiana investors would still be at risk. I would just, if anybody's interested in learning more about the whistleblower program in Indiana, I would encourage you to visit the Indiana Secretary of State's website to learn more.
Awesome. Thank you. So, as you can see, these programs have been successful. The cases that they're uncovering, the awards that they're offering aren't triggering that $1 million SEC threshold, but these are important cases, and investors are better off because they have been brought. The acts have been, the legislation has been supported by legislators on both sides of the aisle, and so for what NASA did is it thought, okay, more states may want to do this. Let's go ahead and establish our own program, a model whistleblower. Well, not our own program so much as, let's establish a model act that states can implement themselves. So the Model Act was informed by the Utah and Indiana laws and passed by the NASA membership a couple of years ago. So Emily, can you, at long last, we have brought you into the conversation. Can you discuss the NASA's Model Whistleblower Award and Protection Act and its backstory?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Again, that's Emily Kosicki, Director of Policy for the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. We recently adopted the Model Act, and I'll talk about that more soon. The intent behind the Model Whistleblower Act was to help provide a safe environment for individuals to come forward to report suspected wrongful securities practices to state securities regulators. It was developed in 2019 and 2020 by NASA's board level state legislation committee. And it provides a state securities regulator with the authority to make monetary awards to whistleblowers based on the amount of monetary sanctions collected in a related administrative or judicial action, up to 30% of the amount recovered in that action. It also protects whistleblower confidentiality, prohibits retaliation by an employer against a whistleblower, and creates a cause of action and relief for whistleblowers that are retaliated against by their employer.
So can you tell us more about, you mentioned the state legislation committee. Can you tell us more about the committee and the process in which it developed the Model Act?
Yes. NASA operates by committees that report to the board of directors. One of those committees is the state legislation committee, and I'm currently serving on that committee. So the model originated as one of the state legislation committee's projects. And when developing the Model Act, the committee consisted of state regulators from the District of Columbia, Indiana, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Montana, Ohio, Texas, Washington, West Virginia, and Wyoming. I wasn't on the committee at the time, but you can see there's a great representation of different jurisdictions there. It used a robust stakeholder engagement and public comment process to develop the Model Act. In April 2020, the committee circulated a draft of the Model Act for internal comments from NASA member jurisdictions. In May 2020, NASA released a draft of the Model Act for a 30-day public comment period. And when preparing the final version of the Model Act, the State Legislation Committee considered feedback from state securities regulators, investor protection advocacy organizations, trade associations representing the broker-dealer industry and investment advisor industry, private legal practitioners, and academics. Then the membership voted and adopted the act in August 2020. It's now available to any U.S. jurisdiction to stand up its own whistleblower program based on the act. And the act may be adopted as legislation during a state legislative session, or it can be adopted by regulation. Whether adoption by legislation or regulation, it depends on individual jurisdictions. And when jurisdictions consider the Model Act as legislation or regulation, they might also need to consider small tweaks that they need to make to the model as appropriate for their jurisdiction.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. So, John, all right, let's talk about some of the Model Act's key features. You described the key components and how they empower whistleblowers to report wrongdoing.
Certainly. The Model Act has 6 key features that are designed to encourage employees and others to provide valuable firsthand accounts of financial fraud or wrongdoing to state officials and their employees. I'll go over the first 3 and then I'll hand off the remaining 3 to Francois. So number 1, the first component is fully operational upon enactment. So the act is intended to allow states, as Emily said, to stand up a fully operational securities whistleblower program upon adoption by the legislature without need to promulgate rules or do any further rulemaking. However, there is an optional provision included in the Model Act to provide state regulators with the express rulemaking authority. The second key factor is eligibility requirements for rewards. So it sets those out fairly clearly. To qualify for an award, the reporter must fall within the definition, obviously, of a whistleblower and satisfy the reporting requirements listed in the act, which has to be in writing and in a manner that's set by the regulator. The whistleblower must provide original information about a violation of the state securities law to the division to be eligible to receive an online awards. So what is original information? Original information means information that's derived from independent knowledge or analysis of the whistleblower. 2, it's not already known to the state securities regulator from any other source. 3 is not exclusively derived from an allegation made in an administrative or judicial hearing, government report or hearing or audit or investigation, or from a news media source, unless the whistleblower was the original source of that information. And four, it's information provided to the state securities regulators for the first time after the date that the act was enacted. So it doesn't go retroactively to make awards to those who may have qualified, but were 5 years before the act was enacted. So the original information must be obviously accurate and truthful and lead to a successful enforcement action by the state. The third key component is it lays out who is not, who's disqualified from receiving an award. The Model Act disqualifies several categories of individuals who are ineligible, including individuals who are convicted of a felony in connection with the administrative or judicial action, the matter at hand, make false statements as part of their submissions, or have a legal duty otherwise to report. So none of those folks would be eligible for an award. And I'll hand off the other three to Francois.
Thanks, John. So I'll cover the last three components of the Model Act. Those three components are determining the amount of the award, protection of whistleblowers and internal reporters, and then lastly, the anonymity of the whistleblower complaint. So in determining the amount of an award, the Act authorizes state securities regulators to issue monetary awards to qualifying whistleblowers, an amount set by the regulator that is between 10% and 30% of the monetary sanctions collected in the related administrative or judicial action. So within that range, the securities administrator has really broad flexibility to consider various factors to determine the amount of a whistleblower award. So those factors, they're not exclusive, and they include the significance of the information provided by the whistleblower to the success of the action, the degree of assistance provided by the whistleblower, the programmatic interests of the securities administrator in determining violations by making awards, and then any other factors that the securities administrator may consider relevant. And then for the protections of whistleblowers and internal reporters, there's a few things. Like our program in Utah, the Model Act protects people who provide qualifying information from retaliation by their employer. Retaliation would include things like termination, discharge, demotion, suspensions, threats, harassments, blackmailing, things like that. So the Model Act prohibits employers from retaliating against employees who do a few things: report a possible violation of state or federal securities laws, participate in an investigation or an enforcement action, make disclosures required or protected under the federal securities laws, or make disclosures to their supervisory authority on matters that are subject to the jurisdiction of the state securities regulator or the SEC. So it's also important to note that a person does not have to qualify for a whistleblower award to be protected under the Model Act. Anyone who is retaliated against can sue for reinstatement, for lost wages, for costs, for damages, and for other injunctive relief. And also the lawsuit has to be brought within 6 years of the violation or within 3 years of discovery if not within 10 years of the actual violation. And then the last component of the Model Act is the anonymity of the whistleblower complaint itself. A whistleblower has the option to remain anonymous, but if they do want to remain anonymous, they have to be represented by counsel, and they have to disclose their identity prior to receiving payment of an award. The option to file complaints anonymously in this way encourages potential whistleblowers to come forward by reducing the risk of retaliation while ensuring that the award is not made to someone essentially who would be disqualified by the act. So the act also provides that the identity of a whistleblower is exempt from public disclosure. So for example, that's a potential, for instance, FOIA request on the federal level or a grandma request on the Utah state level.
I know. I got to say, it gives me a little existential angst to see you guys handing it off, but without me being involved. I mean, what am I doing here? Okay, bad joke. So since the Model Act was adopted in 2020, 2 more states have adopted legislation. Since one of them is Vermont, this question goes to Emily. Can you tell us a little bit more about the states that have adopted legislation based on the Model Act?
Yes, Montana was the first state that used the NASA Model Act to enact legislation that established a securities whistleblower award and protection program. It was H-Bill 64, the Securities Uniform Whistleblower Act, which passed in 2021. The bill passed favorably with strong bipartisan support in committee and both chambers. Even before Montana had formally launched its program in October 2021, an individual called the state securities regulator to provide information regarding a possible investment fraud before the legislation went into effect. You can visit the Montana State Auditor's website to learn more about Montana's program. My state of Vermont, I'm proud to say, passed legislation based very closely on the Model Act just in May of this year. We're currently working on setting up our state's whistleblower program that will assist our department in protecting investors in my state from being harmed. So this was part of Act 139 of 2022. And just some notes on how that went for us. It was really smooth sailing through our state legislature. It was packaged as part of our annual policy bill that we put forward every year. And so it wasn't a standalone bill. It did not receive a lot of attention. And I think that when we provided testimony on it in committee, it was received very favorably. And so, it was a good experience getting that through this spring.
It's 3 for 3 for those keeping score at home. So, whenever you're trying to pass legislation at a state government level and federal sometimes too, money is always the issue, right? So some legislators have concerns about the cost, may have concerns about the cost of whistleblower programs. Emily, how does the Model Act address funding? And maybe I should broaden the question and just say, how do all of your state laws address the funding issue as well?
So funding sources will vary by jurisdiction, but state securities whistleblower programs can be low cost or deficit neutral. Vermont, we draw funds from it has a long name, the Vermont Financial Services Education, Victim Restitution, and Whistleblower Awards Special Fund, which is made up to 15% of the total settlement amount from state securities law enforcement matters. So there, portions of awards or settlement amounts will go into that fund, which has a number of uses that we can draw on, including now for our whistleblower award program. To your second question, given the number of requirements that a reporter must satisfy under the Model Act, especially the fact that the information must lead to a successful enforcement action, it's not likely that the agency would need to worry too much about constantly maintaining a significant amount of funding to support the program or, potential abuse of the program. And as Francois went over earlier, the Model Act set out several disqualifying factors that would prevent a reporter from receiving a monetary award, such as employees who knowingly or recklessly made a false statement, used false writing or document. And so those factors also would disqualify and deter those making fraudulent reports.
John?
I would just to add to Emily's comments, in terms of Indiana draws from its Securities Restitution Fund to pay out awards on whistleblowing. And that fund is comprised of 5% of money received for deposit in our Securities Division Enforcement Fund. Our enforcement fund is basically half of all of our civil penalties that we have come into our enforcement fund. The other half goes straight to the state general fund. So we draw from money that ultimately comes from enforcement actions and civil penalties. There was an initial appropriation by the General Assembly in that fund, but they set up a funding mechanism based off of what we bring in and our enforcement efforts. And I would just add one more thing, in terms of costs. We've had a statute in place for 12 years now. We've only had one, and it made a big impact. But we get tips every day. We get complaints every day, and we start investigations based off of those. But we've only had one so far that actually meets the eligibility standards for the whistleblower. So it's not an everyday occurrence. It's rare, but when it happens, it makes a big difference, at least for Indiana. Most of it, there was an initial appropriation, but most of it is from money that we bring in through enforcement action.
Thank you. Francois.
Utah has a similar program. We use our Securities Investor Education Training Enforcement Fund, and that is funded by civil penalties and administrative fines from our settlements and administrative orders from when the division files against bad actors. And again, our Securities Commission, they're the one who will determine the amount of the administrative fine, and they usually use several factors that's outlined in our statute to determine the amount of the fine. And some of those are the seriousness of the offense, the deterrence effect, the harm caused, whether or not the subject cooperated, any history of other violations, things along those lines.
So before I jump to my next question, I just want to note that we're fast approaching the end of our planned questions, much faster than our the end of the panel. So if we've run through it too fast and you want to ask us questions, get your questions in, because we're gonna have time for Q&A at the end. So all right, so we've been talking about the state programs, which makes sense, we're state regulators, but in 2010 the SEC established a securities whistleblower program through the Dodd-Frank Act. And we've sort of alluded to this already, but let's, say it directly. Some might be asking, why would a whistleblower report suspected wrongdoing to a state program when the federal program exists? Emily, can you answer that question?
Sure. The federal government did a really great thing when it decided to create a federal securities whistleblower program. But the whistleblower program that's administered by the SEC is different from the NASA Model Act in at least 3 ways. First, the SEC program doesn't reach securities violations that are exclusively based on state law. Next, the SEC's program has a threshold requirement that the monetary sanctions imposed and collected in the related action has to be 1 million or more for the agency to be able to pay the whistleblower award. There's no such requirement under the NASA Model Act. So somebody with information about a lower level fraud could provide that original information to the state securities regulator and be eligible for an award. And last, the SEC's program and federal law generally do not protect so-called internal reporters from retaliation by their employers. These individuals who don't report the suspected fraud to the state securities regulators, but do report it at work. The Model Act would protect these individuals as well as whistleblowers from retaliation for doing the right thing and reporting potential wrongdoing.
Awesome. Definitely exciting that both federal and state programs are generating actionable original information that makes these programs so important and desirable. So, all right, as we wrap up, I have some final questions I'd like to ask our panelists. Francois and John, Utah and Indiana were trailblazers when they established state whistleblower programs over a decade ago. How can stakeholders in the whistleblower community help the states like yours spread the word about state whistleblower programs? Francois, let's start with you.
Sure. Okay. Well, NASA, for one, they've developed a lot of materials that talk about the success of each state's whistleblower programs, including legislative commentary, podcast, and a webinar briefing as well. I would encourage everyone to review those resources if you haven't already. And I would also encourage you to share those resources with your networks and to help raise awareness. I think a lot of actors and participants aren't aware of state whistleblower programs. So if we can get more information out and more advice out, then that's the best source in terms of getting the information out there to stop the bad actors. And I know that NASA has a bunch of resources on their website as well. I use it all the time when we go out and do outreach in the community. So kudos to NASA.
And to add to that, Francois, I would just say, absolutely, NASA, great resource for the states. I would encourage anybody who's watching today to go to that website and see what resources they have. I agree. It's getting the word out at every opportunity, especially within the industry. Just day-to-day interactions with the securities industry to let them know, this exists. It's there for them, and just letting the public know whenever the opportunity comes up to do it. So it's just getting the word out. And even if they don't know, and we identify someone in the course of an investigation, they have information that could qualify, we certainly will, take every reasonable step to encourage them along the way to go ahead and take advantage of our whistleblower award program.
Thank you. All right, so switching to Emily. Vermont was the second state to adopt legislation based on the NASA Model Act. Why was it important to Vermont to do so, and why should other states follow suit?
So I can't think of any disadvantage for a state to have a whistleblower program. I really believe that retirees, families, and whistleblowers across the country deserve state-level securities whistleblower programs. And that's why Vermont moved quickly to adopt the NASA Model Act this year. Prospective whistleblowers who possess evidence of wrongdoing are faced with the dilemma of whether to remain silent or report. And, they could worry about sacrificing their current employment or future opportunities within their field. The offer of an award that's in line with the value of the information provided, along with protections from retaliation, that helps provide some incentive for them to come forward and feel more secure in doing so. Establishing a state program only adds to the enforcement toolbox that state securities regulators have and will lead to the earlier detection of state securities law violations, which will provide regulators with a fighting chance to act before the money's gone.
Okay, great. And so last question, I just saw a big one come in. So we've got a couple of audience questions. Last question for me before we get to the audience questions. So if the audience wants to learn more about state securities regulators or the NASA Model Act, Emily, where can they find more information?
So more information on the Model Act, including the legislative text and commentary that states can use to help stand up their own programs. It's available on the NASA website at nasa.org. And then for anyone watching, if you would like to get in touch with your state securities regulation, you can find that information on NASA's website as well. There's a box called Contact Your Regulator, and you can see a map that will help you locate the contact point for each jurisdiction. So that's a great tool if you'd like to talk to them about or encourage them to adopt this Model Act, or just talk to them generally about, whistleblower or state securities law in your jurisdiction.
Okay, so let's start going through some of these, some of the questions from the audience. First one we got was, how do you work together to help each other pass laws? And Emily, you may want to, I think that, there's a certain extent to which, Francois doesn't come into Indiana to help exactly. A lot of that work is done through NASA and through the state committee that helps sort of, put together the model legislation and, testimony in support of it and that kind of stuff. But I don't know if sort of the high level outline. I don't know if Emily or others want to add to that answer I didn't intend to give.
Yeah, so going back to that outline I provided earlier about that committee process, it's really collaborative among different jurisdictions to develop these models, which are really, again, a starting point or a tool for jurisdictions to consider adopting on their own, making any needed changes. But it also helps provide uniformity among the states if we're all adopting identical or similar programs, like similar whistleblower programs in each jurisdiction. And then for how we help each other, once the model is there, we can help encourage each other to adopt it based on sharing experiences, hearing from other jurisdictions that have passed it, what were challenges going through the legislature, or, what are success stories that you can point to, and any data that comes in, like number of successful whistleblower complaints, things like that. And then just really education and outreach. So that's something, again, on the state legislation committee, we'll work to reach out to jurisdictions that might have questions or just provide information about models, to be there as a resource, really.
Yeah, and I would add that, engaging the legislature, the Indiana Securities Division, annually reviews its statutes and looks at ways to improve it. And so we're constantly engaging our legislators. And I think in terms of the national community and NASA, just communicating what I'm hearing out there from our legislators, some of the objections that I may hear from my legislators could be very similar to those in other states. So it's learning off, its messaging, I think, is important. It's learning off of the experiences of other states who have been through this before. I would say I love the idea of model acts, because it's, and especially in NASA, because there's been a lot of time and effort and thought that goes into it. And it's, you have a lot of very capable people who vet the language in there. So it's a great resource, these model acts for states that want to jump into something quickly and know that, this language has been out there and discussed and vetted.
So we got two versions of this next question, which is effectively, what can a person do? What can a person do to push their state to make better whistleblower laws, or how can people make their state use the law? Anybody have thoughts on?
Yep.
I mean,
call your state legislature, call your state legislator, your senator, and your representative, and tell them. I think is the first step, obviously, and contact your state regulator and encourage them to recommend that to the General Assembly or legislation. Whether it's, I don't know how other states do it, but this Indiana Securities Division has a bill every year, and we're very active in the General Assembly. So we're constantly in communication. So I would go on both fronts and encourage both the regulator and call your legislator.
Yeah. And I would also say, when I've been going out in outreach presentations, Utah has the act, and so it's easier to talk about. But even if a state doesn't have the act, when you're going out in your outreach initiatives, you can always include the benefits of what the act, provisions the act provides, and also what protections it has. And so I include that as a part of our outreach, just to make sure the public is aware that this is available as a resource. But even if your state doesn't have a program yet, I think it still can be nice to get out there and share the information from success stories from other states.
I was gonna piggyback off what John said as well. And a lot of, I think, regulators are thinking about whether or not to push a bill or what bill to push or whatever, knowing that there is a vocal group that is in favor of it, can really be a helpful thing as you're trying to get the approvals necessary to push that bill. So, I think that making your views and the fact that you're in favor of it and going to be in favor of it and going to be backing the bill all the way through the process, those sorts of things can impact people's decision making. So, all right. So we had a specific question. Did the scope of the sanction against JP Morgan include just Indiana or other states?
Well, I don't know if it included other states. I just know about what happened in Indiana. To be honest, it was before my time here. I don't know if other states, my guess is there may have been other states that subsequently picked up on this and maybe took enforcement actions. But I think the important part is we wouldn't have known about it but for the whistleblower.
Right. When the numbers
were started it off in other states, that's great, but it did come from a whistleblower, and we wouldn't have known about it otherwise.
Right. And the numbers that you gave earlier were Indiana specific, not sort of multi-state. So, okay, a couple of questions about how the act would work. So you mentioned one of the disqualifiers for award is someone who is found to be untruthful. When is untruthfulness determined? And the questions sort of specifically in the context, I think the thought process behind the question, if I'm understanding it right, is, an employer is always going to say that a whistleblower is untruthful. So how is untruthfulness determined?
Well, I can speak for Indiana. It's at the discretion of the commissioner. So it's determined before the award is made, obviously. It's truthful, I guess, until there's strong evidence that it's not truthful. But I mean, we do our due diligence on that. I know in 2016, we did our due diligence to make sure that everything was accurate and truthful, and it was. But that determination obviously is made in Indiana by the Securities Division and the Commissioner before that's made, and there's fairly broad discretion in doing that. But obviously we take our time to make sure that everything to verify the information that we get in any way we can.
I think from Utah's perspective is really just fleshing out the information during the investigation. And at least from our statute standpoint, it is considered a third-degree felony if you're untruthful during the course of an investigation, and certainly a whistleblower's contributions and reports and interviews would be considered in a part of the investigation. So that is a deterrent factor to be truthful during the investigation, but we do at least have that avenue to explore if it's found that they're not.
And in the Model Act, it's knowingly or recklessly making a false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement or representation in connection with the original information. So, I think that's a bit more specific than just general truthlessness. So it's, knowing or being reckless with providing that false information. And again, in terms of timing, we don't have experience with this in Vermont yet because we haven't had any whistleblower complaints. But based on the way that the Model Act is designed, I would think it's, just prior to making the award when, the commissioner is doing their due diligence in making sure that all the criteria are met, and they would review carefully whether there was any reason to believe that there was false information provided.
Does there have to be a finding of that, or is it just at the discretion of the regulator? I'm just curious.
I believe it's at the discretion.
I know in Indiana, I think the Model Act sets a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 30%. In Indiana, it's capped at 10, but no award is mandatory. So it's within if the commissioner feels like the person may have lied or may have been dishonest or any other reason, the commissioner is not obligated or doesn't have an obligation or duty to award it. It's purely at the discretion I think that's one slight difference with Utah's and the model rule. So there could be a 0 award, even if they meet the eligibility requirements, but certainly it's in our best interest to encourage people to come forward. So if you notice our 1 award, it wasn't the maximum that we could award by the statute.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to understand why you haven't faced this scenario. It's hard to imagine where somebody comes forward, it leads to a successful case, but they gave you false information that led to that successful. Like I'm sure I could come up with that fact pattern if I sat there long enough, but it's a little bit of a mind bender. So we talked about this a little bit running through, but I think it's a good thing to reemphasize. We got a question on it. So is there resistance to state whistleblower laws? Certainly, it sounds like the experience of the 3 of your states passing it was, the answer was really no.
No.
Yeah. No need to say more than that. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You know, I would just say I did a little bit of research. There was very little debate on, or questions, or very little debate on this part of the bill that this passed in. So I think the resistance was non-existent or very minimal.
I'd say here too, that was our experience, and I'm not aware of, resistance generally in other jurisdictions or nationally to these programs being put in place at the state level. And, we had some discussion about funding sources and pressure on our fund, but that was internal discussion, and it wasn't coming from legislators. It was more us just, reviewing all of the uses of our own special purpose fund and determining whether this would have an impact. But that was part of our due diligence in, supporting this Model Act to our state legislature.
So we got one question about state securities regulators. Do you regulate insurance fraud related to fixed annuities or just securities?
I'll jump in first on that. In Indiana, it's just securities. Well, I should say it's just securities. We do loan brokers and others, but we have insurance has its whole other agency, and the commissioner of the Department of Insurance would make that determination. I really don't know the details of how they do that, but the securities division does not regulate that.
I think Utah is the same, but Vermont and I have a slightly different answer. So Emily, you want to offer that?
Sure. And so I think the answer is it depends on jurisdiction, right? Here in Vermont, a fixed insurance product, isn't going to be regulated as a security. Variable annuities are, but we have an insurance division within the agency, the Department of Financial Regulation, that regulates both securities and insurance. So they are treated separately. It wouldn't be considered a securities product. So it's just separate divisions within the same entity that would cover insurance versus securities products.
Right. And but the Securities Bureau in the Iowa Insurance Division is in the Iowa Insurance Division. So again, the fixed annuity or fixed index annuity is an insurance product in Iowa, but it's still the Iowa Insurance Division that would respond to it. It would just be, if I point, you guys don't really know where I'm pointing, but it would be a bureau in a different part of our office rather than the Securities Bureau handling it. I think across the country, there's something 10, 13 that are sort of in the circumstance that Emily and I were just mentioning. And there's one or two, there may be a few other states at which the securities division, tries to regulate annuities. Sometimes that happens, via supervision argument because it was sold through a broker dealer, or, we won't go through a whole law school treatise on the various ways this happens, but the general answer is that that's left to insurance divisions. Sometimes securities and insurance are in the same office. So have you had any cases related to elder financial exploitation? That's certainly a big NASA priority. That's another NASA Model Act, actually, is on the subject of older American financial exploitation. I don't know if, John, you mentioned the one. I don't think that was older American focused. I don't know if you have an example you want to use, or if we should just say that we certainly see a lot of those cases, but the Venn diagram hasn't quite overlapped in this circumstance.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
All right, I'm seeing my panelists nod their heads, so we'll go with my answer on that one. All right, so we're I'm going to ask one more question, and then make sure that I have correctly answered, that I have actually asked all of the audience questions we asked. But the one, and Francois, you were sort of getting at this a little bit earlier, but so you guys have passed the laws. Well, and Emily, you indicated earlier you're still sort of setting up the program, but what are your states doing to inform potential whistleblowers that the programs exist? How do you do whistleblower education, so to speak?
Yeah, I'm really just including it as a part of our outreach. Usually when folks reach out to the division and they ask us to come and do a presentation, they generally want a few conversations there. First of all, is who's the Division of Securities? Are they securities guards, or what do they do? So usually we'll give that sort of presentation. This is who the division is. This is the sort of cases we're seeing. This is how you submit a complaint. And we've just placed a bigger focus now on making sure we're explaining to them that this is an opportunity as well. I think some of the feedback that I receive from some of the constituents we talk to is that they're concerned with the anonymity of the complaint, or getting in trouble, or they don't want to report a friend or a neighbor or get them into trouble. And I think having those protections of the anonymity piece within the Model Act and within Utah's Act is helpful there. Another question they'll ask is, will we have to contribute to a criminal or an administrative proceedings? And usually if the case gets that far, they may have to take the stand or be subpoenaed. But I think the initial concerns is just whether or not I should even report it and being anonymous during that specific posture. So we've just been including it in all of our outreach. We're starting to build our social media platforms as well here in Utah. So we're including it in our messaging there as well. And that's really the best way we're able to get out the information.
I would just echo what Francois said, and having the opportunity to be here today and talk about it, as much as I have the opportunity to do, work it into our outreach, describe it on our securities portal, just every opportunity we can get to get the word out.
Okay. Well, that I think that takes us to time. So I want to thank the National Whistleblower Center and Siri. This has been great. We hope our panel inspires you to learn more about NASA and state securities regulators and the model legislation, and the important work happening at the state level to encourage and protect whistleblowers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. This was such an informative panel. I actually just had a quick chat with one of the interns working here in the office, and she said, wow, they have so much interesting things to say. So she was definitely keenly watching, and I can see in the chat there's a lot of active engagement. So thank you so much to all of you. I would like to encourage anybody to find out more about NASAA and what they have to offer. It's always a pleasure to work with you, and I hope we can collaborate together to help advance whistleblower laws on the state level, because they're critical, as your panel illustrated. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Siri.
So now we're wrapping up a day. We had such a great experience with our first day of National Whistleblower Day, our 3-day celebration this year. And we're actually going to move into some wonderful keynote remarks from Senator Grassley. But before we go there, I want to talk to you a little bit about National Whistleblower Center's work and the legislative priorities that we have. So Steve and I discussed a little bit about this, but I'm going to revisit some of the main factors that we love to prioritize when we're interacting with legislators, whether that be on the state or federal level. So National Whistleblower Center advocates for best practices. There's 3 of them, and they're very easy to remember. Those best practices are anonymity, anti-retaliation, and rewards. So when we think about these best practices, it's really important to understand how critical they are to motivate folks to come forward when they have information about wrongdoing. These factors are empirically proven, and I'm really excited because tomorrow Steve will be talking with professors from Harvard Business School about the value of these practices and how their research has really promoted and shown that these practices are important and work together in order to bring whistleblowers forward. So we see that anonymity, of course, is very important. A lot of whistleblowers discuss their experiences of being targeted, of having their identities revealed, of lacking trust. And when you're anonymous, that becomes a way more amenable worry. You do not have to worry about being blacklisted when nobody knows that you blew the whistle. So this is an aspect that's fairly easy for folks to understand, and it's incorporated in almost every good whistleblower law. Of course, there's resistance to this aspect. There are many that believe that whistleblowers should be identifiable so that those who are getting the whistle blown on them know exactly who to interrogate and who needs to be able to prove that the allegations were factual. This is a major concern for whistleblowers because oftentimes the people they're blowing the whistle on are more powerful and more influential than they are, and having their identities known and being subjected to questioning can be intimidating and oftentimes put them in a position where they are not able to really speak the truth. As a result, we encourage enforcement agencies to really investigate, ask questions, and communicate with whistleblowers to make sure their tips are credible. One thing that's come up several times today are whistleblower allegations that are not credible, that may not be true. And it's important to recognize that these allegations are in fact quite infrequent. So it's very rare for somebody to blow the whistle when what they're blowing the whistle on is fabricated or malicious. Of course, oftentimes when people do blow the whistle, they're disgruntled. And mostly it's because they've tried to raise concerns internally and then been told that they are wrong, maybe they're crazy, suffered retaliation, and been forced to go outside of their organization despite wanting to maintain those close relationships that they developed at work. So part of National Whistleblower Center's efforts to champion workers that have the courage to speak up and do what's right is to make sure that those workers can do so anonymously and benefit from all of the protections that come along with anonymity. The Securities and Exchange Commission program is a great example of that, especially when you consider the credibility aspect where anonymous whistleblowers have to come forward through their attorneys, and their attorneys are required to certify that what they are disclosing to the Securities and Exchange Commission has been vetted by the attorney and it is credible. So that's one approach to anonymity, but however it's achieved, it's important to make sure that it's included in any whistleblower law. And I think that's something that NASAA does understand and the Model Whistleblower Act encompasses. Additionally, anti-retaliation is an aspect that we have a major need for. Even if someone is initially anonymous, at times they might reveal themselves because the process of change or addressing the issue is not going at the pace that they desire, or it might be a situation where somebody internally who knows about their whistleblowing basically discloses the information despite the repercussions for the whistleblower. In that case, you want to make sure that person is protected from retaliation. Retaliation protections are fraught with specific rules about who can be protected from retaliation and when, and that's why that path is very difficult to tread alone. Getting a whistleblower attorney is critical, And especially if you are facing retaliation, not only having the attorney, but having the emotional supports necessary in order to make sure that your whistleblowing activity is something that you're not handling alone. It's a big emotional burden, and in order to navigate the maze of the legal realities, the emotional realities, the social realities, it's important to get support from wherever you can in terms of family and friends, but also rely on high quality whistleblower attorneys. And that is where National Whistleblower Center's legal assistance program comes into play. So we do have a referral network of attorneys all around the country. And that referral network is largely managed by the Henriksen Law Group. Neil Henriksen is the main point of contact for that. He's an incredible and very experienced whistleblower attorney. And through his group, we're able to go through all of our intakes and make sure that we can figure out the best representation for our whistleblowers. In the programming on Friday, which is tomorrow, you'll hear from early career whistleblower attorneys who are participating in the representation of whistleblowers, and also learn a little bit about what it's like to be a whistleblower attorney. We encourage any attorneys that are watching today to reach out to us so you can be connected with our LAP network, and so you too can get involved in representing whistleblowers. So you can write us at info@whistleblowers.org, and after we can discuss the program, we can facilitate a connection. If you need help and you are a whistleblower who's seeking attorney, if you are facing retaliation, if you are considering blowing the whistle, if you've already blown the whistle, maybe have some interactions with the media, please use our Get Help button. It's on our website up in the upper right-hand corner. That is the only way to get confidential whistleblower advice from an attorney through National Whistleblower Center. Any emails sent directly to us get responded to with a suggestion to fill out the intake form. So we do not have the ability to assist anybody who sends their information via email to National Whistleblower Center. So please, please, please fill out our intake form. If you are facing retaliation, it's important that you know that you're not alone. So today, at the end of our program, I would encourage you to check out the Whistleblower Voices stories that are being aired around the clock at Whistleblower Network News. You can go to their homepage, www.whistleblowersblog.org, and check out those stories and learn more about how whistleblowers have survived their experience of whistleblowing, how they faced retaliation, how they triumphed over it, what they learned about it. It's moderated by Jane Turner, the incredible FBI whistleblower, journalist, and whistleblower advocate, who will also be joining us for our panel on life after whistleblowing on Saturday. So anti-retaliation protections are protections that we're fighting to have included on the federal scale. They're very important. There's several laws that are currently in the works that need to be advanced. However, they're not very controversial. Almost everybody can understand not wanting to get retaliated against. A controversial issue that is part of our best practices are the rewards. I'm very excited that tomorrow we'll hear more about the impact and the value of rewards from Harvard Business School professors Aisha Day and Jonas Hees in conversation with Stephen Cohn, who started the day off with me today and has decades of experience representing whistleblower and has seen the impact of rewards on whistleblower programs. The research that they'll be discussing covers the value of whistleblower rewards, how they impact the way that whistleblowers think, and how important it is to incorporate them in laws going forward. We included this panel in our International Day of Programming because we wanted to make sure that people around the world understood rewards. In the United States, we have the Dodd-Frank Act, which includes all of these best practices, and we can see other laws coming forward that are modeled after the Dodd-Frank Act. NWC advocates for every law in the United States that protects whistleblowers to include these best practices. However, rewards are still contentious. We can see that in Congress, there's some resistance to incorporating rewards in whistleblower laws that would be standard in alignment with the Dodd-Frank Act. The creation of funds that are designated for rewarding whistleblowers is critical to whistleblower stability. If you're entitled to an award, you have to know that there's going to be money there to pay for it. These funds are tax neutral. All of the money comes from whistleblowers that have helped agencies obtain sanctions, and then anything that goes over the cap goes back to the government. The only thing that we seek is for these accounts to be set up so that when whistleblowers are reporting, they know they can get their money. If someone's entitled to a mandatory minimum award, there has to be the money there available. We're proposing these amendments in every single law we can have the opportunity to talk about. And currently, these amendments need to be included in the anti-money laundering provisions, need to be included in whistleblower protections, like the ones that are guaranteed in the Lacey Act, and which we'll be talking about with Alfred Brunell tomorrow at 5 p.m. He's an environmental defender who had to flee Liberia because of threats from his government after he blew the whistle about agreements between a company that was seeking to destroy the forest and the Liberian government. So he works in the United States now. He's an incredible attorney, and he's an enthusiastic supporter of justice and environmental protection. He faced retaliation, no one else should, and he has not been rewarded for the efforts that he's done. I think there would be more people like Alfred out there if we had better rewards for environmental defenders, especially those who are defending our wildlife in issues that are very difficult to detect. And that's where whistleblowers come in handy. Whistleblowers are the key to uncovering difficult to detect crimes. And in order to motivate them to come forward, there have to be rewards. So a person who knows all about this very well is Senator Grassley. Today, he issued with Senator Wyden the annual resolution to to celebrate National Whistleblower Appreciation Day. The resolution was co-sponsored by all 20 members of the Senate Whistleblower Protection Caucus, and that's a bipartisan group of senators who have committed to protecting whistleblowers. So they passed the resolution unanimously this morning. It was a great announcement, and Senator Grassley made very moving comments on the floor of the Senate. And after this program is done, I would encourage you to go check them out. We'll make sure to put the link in the chat. The resolution is a wonderful step forward, and we love to see whistleblowers being protected and celebrated, and for senators to get behind them. We still need to see resolutions like this being passed in the House every year, and it's about time that National Whistleblower Day be made permanent. We have an action alert that you can use to contact your elected officials and tell them to make National Whistleblower Day a day of federal observance. A day of federal observance is a day that the government instructs agencies to take certain action. In this case, the action that we'd like to see is education of federal employees about their rights to blow the whistle. As mentioned earlier, there are several agencies that already recognize National Whistleblower Day. Those agencies are the EPA, HHS, Department of Labor, and the USDA. Perhaps there are many other agencies that are also recognizing whistleblowers on July 30th, but we haven't heard from them, so we encourage you to send us a letter and let us know what you're doing if you happen to be watching. It's really important that federal employees understand their rights to blow the whistle. Their whistleblower protections are critical to effective government oversight and making sure that government employees feel empowered to help protect tax dollars. This is a really important time for federal whistleblowers to know about their rights because we finally have MSPB quorum. This is something that NWC has fought for very long. Before the MSPB gained quorum this year, it was in complete disarray for 5 years, and there was a growing queue of whistleblowers waiting for justice. Now we can see the MSPB is working through cases, and even if all the outcomes aren't ones that we hope for, at least whistleblowers are getting their day in court. We'd like to see the MSPB get through the queue as quickly as possible and make sure that it maintains quorum into the future. We're also excited that the FCC has new commissioners, and we hope to continue working with them for their fantastic Dodd-Frank Act program. So here I am at the end of the day, and just wondering if you guys have any questions. So before we air the wonderful remarks from Senator Grassley, I will have a look at the chat and see if you have any questions in there for me or meet me. All right, I'm looking at the chat. I also see that some folks included where they come from, so it's really cool to see. Oh, yes. Oh, Dr. May Edwards is here. Hi, Dr. May Edwards. Yes. It says Jane is the #1 advocate for whistleblowers. Yes, agreed. Yes, some action alerts going in there. So absolutely want to see National Whistleblower Day become a federal day of observance. Very important. Oh yes, and whistleblower recognition is going to be something we'll do on Saturday at 4:30 p.m. We'll be recognizing whistleblowers. We have several names, and this is the last chance to have your name added to the list. So if you'd like to be recognized as a whistleblower, please fill out our recognition form, which will be put into the chat. You can fill that out, and then we will add your name to the website. We have a whistleblowers page already up that shows which whistleblowers are going to be recognized by name, and we can add your name to that. But we are closing the form tomorrow at noon so that we can get all the names up before we read them at 4:30 on Saturday, July 30th, which is National Whistleblower Day. Today was such an interesting day of content. It was so fantastic to hear from the House Ombuds Office. I hope you all use the action alert that we've created and communicate with your House of Representatives. They all need to utilize this program. It's really important that our elected officials are prepared to talk with whistleblowers, and it's not something that comes naturally. You need training and information about the right thing to do, and whistleblowers trust their elected officials and go to them, and oftentimes they're unprepared. So the House Ombuds, the House Office of the Whistleblower Ombuds really does help with that a lot. Let's see here. Who do you report to when a whistleblower analyst refuses to report your claims? Oh, very interesting. So I see a letter. Oh, hi. Who do you report to when a whistleblower analyst refuses to report your claims? So that's a very interesting question. It really does depend on what system you're in and who the whistleblower analyst is. That sounds like a very specific situation. I would recommend seeking an attorney's help with that. If it's in the Securities and Exchange Commission program, I will say that they are fairly secretive about their investigation. So if they aren't responding in a timely manner, it may just be out of that secrecy and wanting to protect the investigation. But other than that, I really would just be able to guess about that situation. Let's see if there's anything else. Yes, so Dr. May Edwards, you're so sweet. Let's look where VA. Yes, VA has lots of whistleblowers and definitely needs a good whistleblower program to operate. VA is very important. We have lots of VA whistleblowers actually that are recognized. I think in Whistleblower Voices, there's some VA whistleblowers too. What about you in the chat? What did you think was interesting about today? Oh, how have you found your first year as NWC Executive Director? That's a good question. So my first year as NWC Executive Director is interesting. How have I found it? So it's been very rewarding. It's wonderful to see the community that we have and how we're able to really help whistleblowers. I'm excited to see what we can do in this year. So next year is going to be a really major year, I think, for legislation. I'd love to see more bipartisan collaboration. I would love to see more engagement with whistleblowers. I think government oversight is needed now more than ever. Corporate oversight is needed now more than ever. There's been some incredible developments for whistleblower stories. So you can see whistleblowers are throughout the news. So in my first year as executive director, it's been really rewarding to have easy conversation with people about whistleblowing because it's in the news. So we're seeing the, the Uber whistleblower, the Facebook whistleblower, the January 6th whistleblowers. All of these people are coming forward with information that otherwise would not be known to the public. And that's really important. So I also, find it to be bittersweet. Working with whistleblowers, you hear a lot of stories of well-intentioned, great people who have been harmed by people who want to cover up their own wrongdoing. And it's always sad, but it's very motivating to hear those stories and fight for more. this year I was able to meet with whistleblower and whistleblowers advocates all over the world. And that's been really good to see that it's a global movement. We are not alone in the United States, and people who are outside of the United States are not alone either. So it's overall been very rewarding, but National Whistleblower Day is, of course, the highlight of my year, and I'm very happy with the engagement and the programming that we've been able to put on today. So it's been lovely. Whistleblower blew the whistle. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. So I think the best thing is, oh, hello, welcome from Rome. Awesome. Yeah, I think the best thing is if you have a whistleblower matter is to connect with an attorney and get help with that. That's really important. Yes. Okay, good. Whistleblower Voices is awesome. Okay, why we need whistleblower awards. Okay. Yeah, attorneys can cost a lot of money, that's true, but many attorneys can also work on a contingency rate or even pro bono. So depending on what's available in your area, I think you can try and find something. But again, I'd encourage you to fill out our intake form and see if there's any way National Whistleblower Center can connect you with help. It can often be difficult after the matter is initiated. So the sooner you get in touch with an attorney, the better. Yeah, I'm really sorry about your situation. It's hard, really hard. But it's great that you're here learning more about your rights. Yeah. Yes, yes, and I see. Yes, that's right. Yes, the handbook is fantastic. Yes, that's right. That's right. How could I forget the handbook? I have 3 copies of it behind me here. This book is all you need. I should have thought about this. It's been behind me the whole time. This is what you need. If you want to figure out what to do and you think an attorney is too expensive, this is for you. It's the new Whistleblower Handbook. It's by Stephen Cohn, the man who I kicked this event off with, one of the founders of National Whistleblower Center and a world-renowned whistleblower attorney. So this is the cheapest attorney you can find, pretty much. Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes, and the form is there again. Absolutely. I love this. I love this comment. Maybe kids need to learn about this in high school. Definitely. This is something that kids need to learn about in high school. And National Whistleblower Center is very committed to education. I'm happy to talk to high schools. I can zoom in. If you want somebody from our staff to educate your high schoolers, if there's any high school teachers watching, want to educate your high schoolers about whistleblowing and the value of whistleblowing, we are definitely interested in that opportunity. Raising the young people who are going into work, who are having their first job soon, it's really important to educate them about the values of whistleblowing, for sure. Love this chat. Hi, Burbank. Welcome. Yes. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah, the register form. Okay, we got the form in there. Thank you. Yes, and remember, please do so by noon tomorrow. We won't be able to add any names after that. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. We're honored to have you on the list. It means so much for us to recognize whistleblowers, and we'll be, doing more work on that this year. So we'll actually probably be reaching out to you. If you registered, we'll be reaching out to you to learn more about your story. Yep. Wonderful. Yes. COD, IG. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. This is a good question. I don't know anything about. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying hi. Really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, people are sharing information with each other in the chat. Again, the most reliable source of information is an attorney, and you can find one using our intake form or by reading the Whistleblower's Handbook. So those are the 2 things that are very important for you to be aware of now. So as we're wrapping up, I'll go through a little bit about our International Day tomorrow. I'm so excited about our International Day tomorrow. And I'm so excited that we have some international attendees today. We have someone coming in from Rome. I love that. we also have West Coast people coming in, so really excited about that. Tomorrow, our event will kick off with Hugo Verniceles. He is a French member of the French Assembly, which is very important. It's their parliament. And he is a whistleblower advocate. He's introduced several whistleblowing laws there, and he will present remarks at the beginning. So I'll introduce him, and then we'll hear from Hugo. He's a wonderful guy. I met him when I was in Paris, and we had a really good conversation that is reflected in his comments. So you'll hear more about the really impactful whistleblower laws that do incorporate some of the best practices that I discussed. And then we'll have a panel from the whistleblowers, from Stephen Cohn and Aisha Day and Jonas Hees. And they'll be talking about the research. As I mentioned, that promises to be a very good panel. So if you have anybody in your life who's skeptical about whistleblowers or whistleblower awards, definitely send them the link and tell them to watch at 2:30 because their minds will be blown. So look forward to that. And then at 3:30, we'll be hearing from international whistleblowers. So we'll have Johannes Stephenson and Ari Danikas and Yasmin Modriemi, and they'll be talking about their experience blowing the whistle, and they're all very interesting personalities. It'll be a wonderful conversation, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what they have to say. And finally, we'll close out with Alfred Brownell. He will tell us about his experience blowing the whistle and what will happen. What has happened with him, and also some really, really great programs that he's working on right now as a professor at Yale and a professor at Northeastern University. So I see here there's an attorney in the chat. Very cool, very cool, welcome. And also I see a question about the speech. No, we are not going to be airing anything else other than what's on the schedule. So if you don't see it on the schedule, it's not going to be aired, but very interesting comment. We will put a link in the chat for Senator Grassley's speech this morning when he introduced the resolution. It's a very moving speech, very powerful support of whistleblowers. But now we are going to play Senator Grassley's remarks, which he provided for NWC to support our National Whistleblower Day program. So now we will hear from Senator Grassley, the champion of whistleblowers. Thank you everyone for showing up today, and we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Thank you for inviting me to address you at this time of the year when we honor whistleblowers and the important contribution that whistleblowers make to transparency and to good government. Last year, I began my remarks with a look back at the progress that we've made for whistleblower rights and protections over the last few decades. This year, I'd like to focus on what we're working to achieve going forward. There are several pieces of legislation that I'm working on this Congress that will strengthen existing whistleblower laws. One of those bills relates to money laundering. As many of you know, back in 2020, Congress passed the first ever anti-money laundering whistleblower program. Under this reward-based program, whistleblowers who provide actionable information to the government that exposes money laundering may receive a percentage of the funds recovered as a result of their disclosures. While an important step forward, the current program has issues. First, there's no minimum award amount, so the government isn't obligated to pay whistleblowers anything at all, even if the information the whistleblower provides leads to a successful enforcement action. Second, the program doesn't provide the Treasury Department with a mechanism to pay whistleblowers and instead relies on yearly congressional appropriations. My bill addresses all of these issues. It raises the cap on whistleblower rewards from 25% to 30%, and it sets a 10% base minimum on rewards to ensure that if the government collects as a result of the whistleblower disclosure, the whistleblower isn't left holding the short end of the stick. It also establishes a funding mechanism to ensure that the Treasury Department has funds readily available to pay whistleblowers independent of congressional appropriations. These improvements will ensure that whistleblowers have the confidence to come forward and assist law enforcement in cracking down on money laundering. My bill also establishes new whistleblower protections. Current whistleblower laws don't offer anything to whistleblowers who report violations of sanctions like those placed on Russian oligarchs following Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. That's a very missed opportunity. I have it on good authority that there are whistleblowers who might have come forward to report money laundering associated with the Russians if only a whistleblower protection and reward system were in place to cover their disclosures. My bill fills the gap by expanding the list of covered disclosures to include international anti-money laundering laws, including sanctions targeting Russian oligarchs. Another issue that we're currently taking on relates to the FBI whistleblower protections. For years, the FBI has argued that the FBI and the Justice Department should retain tight control over FBI whistleblower retaliation cases. The FBI has its own separate whistleblower law that leaves authority for settling whistleblower retaliation complaints to the FBI and to the Justice Department. In 2016, I led an effort to update the FBI whistleblower program. And in that year, Congress made important improvements to the program, expanding the list of people to whom FBI agents could make disclosures. But the Department of Justice fought tooth and nail against another important change that I introduced, which allowed for outside judicial review of FBI whistleblower retaliation cases. This Congress, I've been leading an effort to pass another update to the FBI whistleblower program. My bill will allow the FBI employees to appeal their whistleblower retaliation cases to the Merit System Protection Board. This gives those whistleblowers that outside review by a neutral third party that is so very, very important to protect whistleblowers. The bill also includes a kick-out provision, meaning that if the FBI and the DOJ don't act in a timely manner, the whistleblower can take their cases straight to the Merit System Protection Board. I'm also working on legislation that will strengthen the IRS whistleblower program. I wrote the law improving the IRS whistleblower program and establishing the IRS whistleblower office back in the year 2006. Since that time, the program has been a great success, resulting in more than $6 billion saved for the taxpayers. My IRS Whistleblower Program Improvement Act, which I introduced last year, includes several provisions that strengthen the program, including providing additional protections to whistleblowers who appeal their cases to the tax court. It also exempts whistleblower awards from budget sequestration, ensuring whistleblowers receive the full amount that they're owed. So there you have it all. Those are just some of the legislative initiatives that I'm working on now to ensure that whistleblowers remain protected as they should be protected. I want you to know that I appreciate your support for this important legislation, and more importantly, how you support whistleblowers. Whistleblowers certainly need many advocates, just as many as they can get. So keep up the good work. And as this Congress comes to a close, let's continue to work together as we build on past successes and further strengthen the country's whistleblower protection laws.